Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our special session of the Santa Clara City Council meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our special session of the Santa Clara City Council.
Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values?
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values.
Together we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with restraint and encourage and will perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. Please be seated.
We're having a few difficulties right now.
Yeah, somebody laptop microphone is on.
I'm sorry, give us a minute. We're just trying to work out some audio issues. Should I turn this off and try? I'm not on. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us. We're still working with all of our issues. We appreciate your patience. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy. Present. Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. May I read the
Yes, please.
statement? Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Please welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. If you notice here on the dais, I am not alone today. I have Vice Mayor Karen Hardy that is joining me up here. I do have to leave the meeting early, so Vice Mayor Hardy will be taking over a little bit later. But the City of Santa Clara, well, first of all, as you can see, we're all very distanced from each other. And as we move around the council chambers, we all have our masks. I've taken mine off just so that you'll be able to hear me a little bit clearer, but I'm at least 15 to 20 feet away from any single person. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following the social distance protocols and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on the agenda, on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public that are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov. Public comment at santaclaraca.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that they have an opportunity to speak if they do come, any member of the public does come into City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all Santa Clarans for your efforts in following very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. So we're going to move ahead with the meeting now. The first item is continuances and exceptions, and I'm going to ask the council if you could please move item 8A, 8, it's just 8, not 8A, 8 up to under public presentations, and that item is action on related Santa Clara Development Area Plan, DAP2, for Phase 2 of the related Santa Clara project located on vacant parcels north of Stars and Stripes Drive. So could I please have a motion to move that item forward under public presentations?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I can second.
Second.
Okay. Lots of seconds. You got that, Assistant City Clerk? Thank you. So we have motion and a second to move item 8A. Is there any discussion from any council member or member of the public on moving that item forward? Okay, Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, council. Next, do we have any other continuances or exceptions?
No, Mayor, I don't have any from the city staff.
Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to move on to our first study session, which is action on the overview of the new sustainability program and provide feedback on program priorities. City Manager?
Thank you. This is an opportunity to hear from our new sustainability manager, Michelle Templeton, who joined us in about the January timeframe. I don't think we've had the opportunity to introduce her formally at the council meeting, in person that is, so you'll hear from her virtually. She joined us from the city of Watsonville, where she was the Assistant Director of Public Works at the time, and she's been with us and has had an opportunity to evaluate our sustainability program, look at our climate action plan, and is ready to present and engage with the council on this topic. So Michelle?
Michelle?
Yes.
We can barely hear you, Michelle.
Oh. Can you hear me now? Is it coming in?
It's a little bit of a weak signal.
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now? Any better?
Okay, why don't you start and we'll see. Go ahead, just speak
Still
as
very
loud as...
faint, very faint.
Let me take my headset off and see if that's better directly on my laptop. Can you hear me now?
Excellent.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Speak up if it's problematic so that we can address it right away. Thank you so much, City Manager Santana, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Michelle Templeton, Sustainability Manager for the City of Santa Clara. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about an overview of how we might move forward meeting the Council's sustainability pillar priority and addressing sustainability in Santa Clara and what that might mean in the face of today's challenges. We'll also be looking to request feedback on the program priorities that we're proposing as we move forward. So I will go ahead and share my screen. Are we in business here?
Yes.
Great. So to begin with, I'll start by framing our discussion around what I mean when talking about sustainability and the lens that we'll discuss it through today. I've been working in sustainability and climate action and inclusive community engagement for about 20 years now. And one of the things that I have come to experience is that we can't achieve success in this field if we have any of the needs of society, economy, or environment competing against each other. So it's really the place where these areas overlap that we'll find the balance that help us make lasting change in this field. You hear me talk about environmental sustainability. You'll also hear environmental justice, economic equity, and viable solutions, since these are all factors that we do have to consider when we develop sustainability strategies. And this is particularly poignant at this time in history, and we really can't have a discussion about sustainability without recognizing the challenges that we're facing with the pandemic and how critical it is to relook at our responsibility to equity through these efforts. So today's presentation will be a discussion about how we will move forward and that delicate balance and intentionality as we build sustainability for the community now, but also prepare what it might look like into the future. So as I mentioned, it's really going to be about how we integrate and plan for all these sectors. And we start this by trying to understand some of the challenges ahead. There are several unknowns in almost any field right now, and sustainability certainly isn't an exception to that. So before I get into the specific priorities that we're looking for council feedback on today, I'd like to take a few slides to discuss the backdrop of this current time as it pertains to sustainability, environmental sustainability. The challenges and unknowns that we're looking at include the fact that after decades of building momentum in climate and sustainability, in the last 3 to 5 years, we've seen a real surge in policy action and political support. But there is some concerns about potential backslides in progress coming at a time when we really need to be closing in more than ever on certain targets for the health of our communities and as climate issues become more severe. There's also an uncertainty, and rightly so, about the economic investment in climate and sustainability efforts at all levels of government. And I think what this really means is that we'll need to work very creatively to advance change and efforts. And it's important to include climate and sustainability in at least into our thinking now, since what we decide today could have impacts down the road. Another consideration is what the public priorities will be once we come out of COVID. And there are questions about public concern over climate-related natural disasters, but how that'll play out amidst the economic challenges ahead is unknown. And will people start making new connections between air quality and health impacts, not only as they pertain to COVID-19, but also several other health concerns like asthma. And finally, there is a lot of pressure to solve this problem as quickly as possible, and we have to do so while making sure that the solutions don't exacerbate other challenges. So what might a sustainability strategy for success look like? I think first we need to look at our sustainability efforts moving forward and include an understanding of where we might have intersectionality of fragile systems. The issues that we're facing today are not mutually exclusive of sustainability and climate action efforts. In fact, they're very interlinked. And now is the time to be thinking about the importance of moving forward with developing strategies that solve multiple problems and avoid addressing any given issue in ways that widen equity gaps or leave us at the mercy of a less livable future. And we want to be planning for a viable future for our residents today and also tomorrow. So from the meta level, I think it's important to talk about integrating sustainability practices into our recovery so we don't take already fragile systems and vulnerable communities and set them up for further financial and health challenges down the road. There are a lot of similarities and some differences and even possible lessons that we can take away from the COVID-19 challenge that we're in and that we're facing. And it's been very tempting for some, and you've probably seen it in media headlines, to compare climate and COVID-19. So I will indulge the idea and share some similarities, but I will also point out some important differences because it can be a dangerous parallel to draw. These are observations that we're making, and it's just worth thinking about as they could influence how we as public servants decide to move forward with sustainability for Santa Clara. So normally I would be embedding equity into how we think and plan for sustainability, but I have explicitly included it in this comparison here just to highlight some of the major similarities we see across the issues. And none of these are going to disappear overnight, and some have persisted decades or centuries and will take real intentional effort to resolve. But it's that type of intentionality, like what Council has done in establishing a sustainability pillar, and also some of the actions by Council around COVID, economy, and equity even in the past few months. The similarities here are that they are global impacts that grow exponentially after certain thresholds or tolerance levels are reached. They're physical crises that also have very severe social and economic impacts. And we know that they have disproportionate impacts on our most vulnerable, our low income, and people of color. And ultimately, they do affect everyone. You'll also hear me talk a lot about the importance of communities leading the way, because we are uniquely poised as leaders at the local level to do so. So the major differences here include the type of response that gets activated. One is really a survival response, and the other is a more planning-related response. And that's not to say the planning isn't a huge part of our pandemic response, as our EOC staff can certainly attest to. But the response related to the pandemic comes because it's tangible and immediate to the danger. It's also important to understand the short-term response in keeping our communities safe while working towards the solution. And the impact should lessen over time, though we don't know what that time frame is. But unfortunately, prevention of the problem while we work on solutions does take a toll on people's livelihoods and economies. The climate crisis, on the other hand, is a longer-term planning response, and that's in part because the threats are gradual and cumulative, and the multifaceted solutions can be harder to activate. And there is a potential for longer-term impacts, so the solutions will need to be long-term and persistent. But the silver lining is that prevention of climate-related crises could lead to building out jobs and industry for a more viable future if we take a green lens as we look towards that. So there are several transferable concepts being discussed in this field right now, and that includes highlighting the critical need for following the science. The concept of flattening the curve has been discussed with COVID, and now it's also being discussed among climate players, looking at that 1.5 degree peak in climate temperatures and slowing that down so that it gives us time for technologies, policies, and job trainings to be developed. Also, the importance of policy, both prevention and response-based, like our climate action plan that will be coming forward to Council this year. And then preparedness and looking at what our resources might be and where our climate-related weaknesses are so that we can start predicting what we need to be preparing for. And then how that preparedness relates to resiliency, how quickly we're able to bounce back from not just climate issues that we're already seeing, but also predicted things in the future, human illness, food scarcity, in addition to some of the natural disasters that we experience. This has been an unprecedented response, and that's really what it's going to take for sustainability and climate issues as well. And I think we've seen the demonstration of the power of a unified approach. So that's something we're really looking at to follow the model of. And finally, how critical a role that local government action has been in developing a playbook for how to address threats faced across the state, the country, and even the globe. So our local communities are really being looked at and depended on to pilot bold solutions. And I think there is an example in COVID-19 where it's not only medical equipment and personnel, but it includes issues like keeping everyone in our communities housed and fed and supporting those hardest hit. And so leadership from City Council and City Manager have created and addressed this with proactive efforts like the food distribution program, the small business assistance program, masking up with the mayor, new testing facilities, and even humanitarian efforts. So there's this mindset that waiting for help to come isn't enough. And when we look at sustainability, it's that same type of local leadership that is setting rather than following the standards for what the future of cities will hold. So I find that to be a very inspiring model to be a part of. So what might it look like moving forward? I do think there are opportunities to look at smart choices and green lenses as we rebuild our economy and our social systems, just making sure we don't repair and lock in unsustainable systems, and instead looking at rebuilding and repairing with a forward-thinking lens, choosing green jobs, technologies, and policies that promote healthy communities and environments. And then also focusing in on priorities that help minimize compounding crises and give us bang for the buck as far as preventing climate issues in the future. And finally, the other opportunity I'd like to discuss is the power of our community, and I think that is huge. The public's more engaged than ever, and there is a natural response to shared hardship that we've seen. And, we saw this in our COVID-19 community heroes, but I think the idea of in it together is an important one, that the city and the community each have ownership and responsibility for the solutions that we'll need to implement together. So one area that a lot of people have been talking about these days relates to transportation and air quality and what that could look like in the future. The data here was published by joint venture Silicon Valley's Institute for Regional Studies in May. And I do want to clarify, though, that the idea that there is a silver lining of improved air quality and traffic due to COVID should not be seen as a win. That'd be inconsistent with the perspective that we can't succeed in one arena at the expense of another. So while improved air quality and less traffic are a result of shelter in place, the reason we've achieved it is not something to celebrate, and it's certainly not economically sustainable at this point. However, I would like to share this study because it highlights some informative statistics around transportation emissions and air quality that could help guide how we think about the type of normal that we wish to return to. We may want to consider what strategies to retain or explore without impacting livelihoods and economy. And just to close out the data, the area has seen a huge reduction in vehicle miles traveled, as one would expect. But just to highlight the 94% reduction in freeway traffic delays, that equates to about 70,000 hours of commuter delays on the freeway in February to about 4,500 hours of commuter delays in April. And of course, Bay Area related injury crashes down almost 70% as compared to last year. So will these reductions remain after we fully recover? No, definitely not, and we're already seeing change. But there are elements that we might want to look into further to maintain some of these reductions for the health of our communities. And the private sector in various jurisdictions have started thinking about this in relation to how we rethink the future. So I'd like to move into the specifics of the sustainability efforts currently and what our proposed efforts are moving forward. We'll talk about where we are, where we think we want to be, when we might need to get there, and how we might build a roadmap together to achieve that. The City of Santa Clara does have a robust history of sustainability, and I know you've been presented with the City Council, the city's sustainability efforts in the past, so since the picture tells 1,000 words, I'd like to share a representation of all that the city's doing across the various departments. I want to recognize the hard work that has been done to this point by staff and the direction that City Council and the various boards have given to help move the needle on sustainability for the community. Also, as part of the Climate Action Plan update, staff are currently working on a full inventory of efforts so that we have a measurable baseline to launch from moving forward. Of course, this is a very big issue, and there's always more that could be done. And the broad picture of where we want to be involves advanced planning efforts to meet regulatory targets and prepare for challenges that minimize compounding effects to some of these interconnected issues that our community could face. So what that might look like from a high level is building a sustainability lens into operations, establishing unified city goals, and advancing and supporting sustainability policies and legislation. Here I have a list of regulatory compliance in a timeline form. It's not a full list, of course, but it does highlight some of the very ambitious goals and mandates set by the state. As I mentioned before, we're seeing municipalities as leaders in sustainability and climate change, especially here in California. And this is having an impact on the state and worldwide and helping us meet really critical targets. So cities, states, and countries are looking to local jurisdictions for models for how to be able to push the efforts forward, much like what we're seeing with COVID-19. So the initiatives and efforts that are being proposed today have been categorized into 3 main areas: integration, innovation, and collaboration. As far as the integration priorities are concerned, staff would recommend continuing to work on an update to, and then later the implementation of, a revised climate action plan. And the Community Development Department has been leading the charge on this with support from Silicon Valley Power and involvement from all other city departments in the community. We also propose exploring sustainability advancement strategies in some of our operations, some which you are well underway and you've heard about recently, areas like water, wastewater, solid waste, and parks and open spaces. And then also to align our city practices and operational policies with sustainability. And what that might look like in practice could include the development of green purchasing policies or practices, continued efforts in fleet greening, such as electric vehicle and diesel-free fleet expansion, and looking at facility greening opportunities as renovations or upgrades to city facilities become necessary, which might mean considering generators, lighting, custodial, and things of that nature. And the innovation priorities proposed here are all directly tied to greenhouse gas emission reductions and therefore provide big bang for the buck, so to speak. One area would be to explore and establish building electrification and electric vehicle reach codes. Again, Community Development Department and Silicon Valley Power have been working hard to develop these proposed reach codes that are going through a third round of community feedback currently and will be coming forward to Council for consideration this year. Also, exploring and establishing climate-forward sustainability transportation policies, some of which have come before Council recently, like vehicle miles traveled, and also including transportation programs in our climate action planning, and things that other jurisdictions are exploring are commute programs for employees, bike programs, alternative transportation, and other areas to generally improve sustainable mobility. And then finally, we have been uniquely poised as a city, having Silicon Valley Power be a major player in making big impacts in the energy field. And so one area that we could consider is the diversification of energy incentives and exploring new incentives and rebates that target future needs, demands, and opportunities for energy savings in our community. And then the final category area is to build and expand the reach of our efforts through collaboration, communication, and connection. This is important to help us continue the momentum that's been built to date as we move forward in an uncertain next couple years. And the first priority area that we're proposing is a staff sustainability team with representation from departments across the city so that we're capturing opportunities that are existing, potential, or upcoming, and also build a streamlined or roadmap for sustainability as we can. Additionally, we're looking at expanding community education, feedback, and engagement, which I say in that order intentionally because that's the scaffolded approach we need to build, and with engagement and ownership being the ultimate goal. And examples of this include our Climate Action Plan public survey and feedback as we develop that Climate Action Plan roadmap for the future, the building reach codes, community meetings to understand the community's desires in the realm of electrification of the built environment, and also considering web resources as a clearinghouse for sustainability and climate-related services and programs. While community engagement has become a little trickier than before COVID, we still can look at ways to expand our ability to connect. And then finally, the importance of partnerships in our community and looking beyond our jurisdictional responsibility to be able to expand the reach of what we would otherwise be able to accomplish alone. And that could be what kind of programs or incentives we can support or connect our community to, and build ownership to expand the impacts of our effort in a united way. Basically, the city doing our part, community doing their part, because it really is going to take a collaborative effort across the board to reach our targets. And then looking at local, regional, and national sustainability partnerships to work together and lean on each other as we begin to develop and implement new policies and programs. We're really not alone in this, and continuing to connect regionally and with partners is going to be a really important part of our ability to reach our goals. And then finally, exploring sustainability and climate-forward legislative advocacy positions that would help build support for what we need to or are required to be doing at the local level. So I'd like to conclude my presentation with a quick look back at the sustainability pillar highlights from the City Council priority setting session that took place this February, and point out that the directives established for this council pillar have been folded into the development of the proposed focal areas presented today. And with that, a staff recommendation to note and file the sustainability program update and provide feedback on program priorities that were presented here tonight. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. It's an excellent report, and welcome to Santa Clara. We haven't been able to meet you in person, but I'm sure we will soon. I'm going to start with the council questions, and first I have Council Member Davis, Debbie Davis. Debbie?
Thank you, Mayor. Outstanding report, Michelle. First time we had a sustainability person. It was awesome to hear all this, and I just wanted to say that you did hit on a few really important points where our city manager took a very strong leadership role in taking care of our local businesses and residents, in the midst of COVID. and the fact that the mayor is making all of these videos, which really helps out a lot with people. I think they like to see the mayor in action, and it means a lot to people because I guess they're stuck in their homes. So seeing that friendly face helps out a lot. You made a comment about the air quality not being, it has improved dramatically, absolutely. But you said not economically sustainable in the future. With COVID still going on, are you looking into a way that the businesses, that we could work with our businesses to help make it a little bit more economically stable?
So yeah, I think at this point, it's not economically sustainable the way that we have things structured now. I do think that's part of what all of our climate action plans and all of our partnerships with local businesses are starting to explore right now. And we're starting to do that with the private sector, with our partners in the public sector, and really trying to come up with some unified policy-related initiatives that could help us be able to maintain some of those emissions reductions that we've seen during the shelter in place. So absolutely, that is something we're looking to explore.
Okay, and I wanted to thank you for putting my rain barrels in there. I had to fight for those. I thought it was very important that some of our residents really wanted to continue to water, and we just came out of a major drought, and we could be going back into one. So the rain barrels were very important to people, and I think that we push that out a lot. I want to thank you for putting that in there. And my one idea was thinking the gardens at the community garden at Eddie Souza Park. I was wondering if maybe we could take a look at other areas in our city to do some more gardening. That seems to be a popular thing over there, and I think there is still a waiting list to get in. But that to me is very sustainable as far as composting goes, recycling, a lot of things that people like the food scraps and things of that nature that we can compost that would help us there. So that was something that I thought maybe we could look at. And the other thing was you talked about networking, local, regional, national. The biggest thing that I see in the headache for us is we can do a lot of things local. A lot of people look at us for a lot of ideas that we have and taking care of our own people. But I think the true networking is going to be regional, and that's going to be key, because having border cities on border cities would only make for a stronger Santa Clara County. And if we could work in partnership with some of these people, we might come up with better creative ideas, and not so much reinvent the wheel, but we do hear a lot of complaints about this city doesn't do this, how come you do this? And we get a lot of that. Well, so-and-so, you know, Mountain View or Palo Alto. And I'm so tired of hearing that from people, because I think we're pretty original, and we've been very successful in putting out a lot of our plans. But at the same time, when someone says that, I get the feeling that they really think that maybe in their minds that we all could work it together somehow, but it doesn't come across that way. It comes across as if we're not doing our thing. So I think the regional key is a part of a success going forward. And I'm sure you're going to be working with some other people in other cities around us that do border us, but I think it would have a major impact in our county. So I want to thank you. You did a tremendous job, and thank you for answering the question on the air quality. And when the motion is ready, I'd like to note and file Michelle's excellent report. Thank you.
You can actually make that motion right now, if you'd like.
Okay, I would like to make the motion. I would like to make the motion to note and file the excellent report by Michelle.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Vice Mayor Hardy. So going down the line, we have Councilmember Chahal, followed by Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michelle, for excellent report and how you correlated the latest situation like COVID-19 and sustainability. Very well presented. And you covered a lot of the ground and really well. I do have some suggestions which I might put in so that you can look at those suggestions down the line. And some of those are basically related to transportation planning. Like some of the other cities have put in a long-term project like sustainability action plan for multiple years, and they follow and they have budgeted that. So we need to look into our sustainability action plan from long-term perspective, like how we can do it 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, and we budget it every year, and we budget every activity we plan to do. And some of the activities, like I can give you an example, like Vision Zero adoption for safety of bicyclists. City of Mountain View had dedicated around 750K for that, and that helps reduce cars on the road, and it will help our residents to move on bicycles. And they also are investing into bicycle facilities across city and maintenance of those facilities. That's another one. One other thing which I want to bring into is TDM plans. Our TDM plans should be correlated with the sustainability, and these are two inclusive items. They go hand in hand. Like we reduce transport demand management, we plan that, and we reduce the vehicle miles travel, and we produce a sustainable ecosystem within the city. And for that, like we need to correlate with community development, how we bring up TDM plans which are more aggressive. And not only that, we follow up with that so that we have if a developer or do not follow the TDM plan, which achieve our sustainability goals as well as the transport mitigation goals, then we should have penalties, and that we can work in collaboration with community development department. Related to that, there is another one which I'm very passionate about is community shuttles, whether it's electric or most of them are electric. And here is the part which you mentioned, the regional approach. Some of the cities have done really well, and they are ready to partner with other cities, like Cupertino recently started, and they started with their own money, and now they're fully funded by the grants from the state or county grants. So that's one program which I would like to look at on top priority, how we can do it. And Mountain View has done a great job on that one too, like providing public-private partnership and providing the free shuttle to everyone in the city. So that one I would like to emphasize on really a lot. And on the REACH code, we have so many developments which are in planning stage, which will be ready within next 2, 3, 4 years. And as the electrical vehicle percentage is going to increase, they should be given a top priority so that we can have a building energy and electric vehicle REACH codes. And we should be planning for more EV chargers and EV charging station in our parking lots. So that's another one which I would be emphasizing down the line. And you rightly mentioned that community engagement is one of the priority goals. And when it comes to community engagement, I know our next generation, our youth are so passionate about sustainability, climate action plans. So their feedback and should be on top priority for us to look into the sustainability plans we expand. One other thing I would is expand the tree canopy throughout the city. Whatever we can do that would be great. So with that, I would again say excellent report and good coverage, and we have a lot of room to build our sustainability plans for multi-year and fund it. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Watanabe.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'd like to expand and agree. And Michelle, I look forward to meeting you and working with you because this has been an area near and dear to my heart for a long time. And I think it is critical just to the survival of our community. And they're not very, right now, currently. Councilmember Davis mentioned about the community gardens, which have been very popular. And one of the ideas that I had floated in the past and had talked to a school district, and it might be something that even our school city liaison committee could work on, is that in addition to the, Santa Clara Unified has a district farm. I, some years ago, with a prior superintendent, had initiated some discussion about looking at their, I won't call it excess land, but there's land on many of the school sites that's currently not being used. Either it's got, half dead junipers on it, or it's in a portion of a field that isn't actively used for sports or exercise. So the thought being that one way that we might be able to look at putting community gardens in a distributed manner around the city could be to look at space on school sites. And then one of my other long-term interests has been to increase the number of trees and look at our tree canopy. And I think that a key area in, small, but it meets many different standards for quality of life, is to look at our tree canopy and look at having, actually, as part of our sustainability program, a tree ordinance. I know we talk about our city trees and all that, but I think, for a lot of people, if you go through many of our neighborhoods, a lot of those trees have been cut down and haven't been replaced. And I know we have a requirement for developers, if they remove a tree, that they have to replace them with two. And, frequently some of those trees end up being donated to the city. And I think, so we ought to look at how can we really make use of trees that are donated to us, or look at how can we, to a much greater scale, include trees and our tree canopy as a way to fight some of the impacts of climate change. And then talking somewhat about, like you brought up about Silicon Valley Power and our electric utility, the way that Santa Clara has made most of its gains in the last 10 years, and it's been tremendous, is to take out, reduce the amount of carbons that are used in electric generation. And we are continuing to have some very interesting ideas that are out there, and some projects and concepts that Silicon Valley Power, and through our participation in Northern California Power Agency and some other groups like that, I hope that we will have some more information on some really innovative things that we're looking at, because that feeds into one of the other huge areas to reduce carbon is, once we do power, clean up the power production, we've got to clean up transportation, as has been alluded to. And so we've got to look at how do we electrify transportation in a lot more effective ways, and be able to have more people have electric cars. And I know we have a program we're looking at increasing a lot of the charging stations. There will be a program for people to receive a rebate if they purchase an electric car, particularly, as you mentioned, into making sure that we are addressing the equity issues to make some of these things more available, like electric cars, and to have the infrastructure more available to lower income portions of the community so they can receive those benefits. And then just kind of following on to that, how do we electrify a lot of tools that are being used, power tools that are very noisy and highly polluting for the relative size of that power tool. And my thought had been that perhaps Silicon Valley Power could have a rebate program or a subsidy program through our public benefits fund. If we have, and I know we've been using that public benefits fund for a lot of things lately, to help people purchase electric tools. And once again, that a lot of those tools are used by our working class people that we depend on to keep our community going, whether it's in construction or landscaping, and give them the ability to be able to access the newer, cleaner, quieter tools that they need to be able to do their very important jobs. And the last point, I mean, this is what I guess those were all comments, but my question, Michelle, is about the community inclusion. And you and I know there's been a survey going on. So if you could share a few thoughts, like how will we engage people on an ongoing basis? And will the review of a lot of this, will it be through the Planning Commission? Or is there a need to have some other body, or do we ask each of the commissions we have to maybe perhaps designate a representative that could be kind of like a working group or a advisory body to your efforts as our sustainability manager?
I'd like to just, before Michelle answers some of the questions and get to the last comment that you made, Councilmember O'Neill, I think that's a response and a solution should come through our governance committee. Just today, we received another request from another community college, and we're preparing for the September meeting a deeper dive into our governance, and that's certainly an item that we can raise and have Michelle come to the governance meeting to discuss further.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that comment.
Michelle, I'll leave the rest to you to respond to.
Okay, so would you like me to respond to those right now, or
Well,
did you
Sure,
want to?
just comment on.
Or any thoughts
No,
you might have. You don't have to, not to put you on the spot, but
On outreach in particular, you're asking? Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts on outreach. That was one of the hats that I've worn for the last 20 years. And so I think the answer to your question is probably a little bit of both. But I think one of the things that I would love to see happen is thinking about how to engage communities through existing venues. It's always so effective to be able to take existing groups and go to them and engage them, because oftentimes what we see is we see a miss on the equity piece because we form things, and that's not to say that we shouldn't or can't, but I would love to see sort of a holistic approach to outreach that engages combinations of local community groups, faith-based organizations, governance bodies that exist, or otherwise schools, partners, businesses, and the way that the way I've done that for the past 20 years is taking groups that are already, so to speak, captive audiences, places that are already convening, and then getting their feedback because they represent a larger subset of their community. So that would be one area that I would recommend exploring.
okay, great. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm surprised nobody's put out a reminder that there is actually a climate action plan update virtual community workshop this coming Thursday, July 16th from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. Registration is required. There is a link to it on the city website, but it will be focusing on getting community input and putting priorities on climate action goals, strategies, and priorities. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity, a good gateway to start the discussion in the community. And I know I signed up for it, and I hope lots of other people will too. I shared the information because I think this is an opportune time and to start, just making the residents aware that the city is taking this very seriously, and we want to move forward as a community. So this Thursday from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. Michelle, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I agree with everybody else. This is a very wonderful, comprehensive report, And when I hear you talk, you have a very young voice. So when you say that you've been doing this for 20 years, I find that hard to believe. So I look forward to meeting you in person. A lot of my colleagues have already shared some of the comments that I feel strongly about as well. Number one, making sure that this is a regional effort. And also, I know COVID has it's had a temporary repercussion on the environment, but at the same time, it shows what we can do when we focus on making the world around us a better place. And one of the areas that I'd like to see focused on and moving forward is definitely transportation. We have definitely, it's been great to see what has happened with people not driving, but at the same time, it's given the opportunity, I know, for some of our regional transportation entities to take advantage of the time, and Caltrain has made some strides moving forward in terms of electrification and getting that in place, because that's going to be definitely a great focus on how we can make our communities cleaner and greener and quieter. So I know it had had a little bit of a downturn because nobody was using it, but at the same time, it definitely is an area where we can look to make transportation better and focus on it and definitely make it cleaner. Let me see. The other thing I was just going to mention too, I hope that we can look at as we look towards sustainability. I know Councilmember O'Neill and I went to a seminar workshop last year up in Palo Alto regarding housing and electrification of housing and incorporating more and not using gas and the benefits of that. I mean, there are pros and cons, but I hope that we can look to that as we move forward, especially since we have Silicon Valley Power, we have development going forward in the community, and see how we can explore incorporating more electrification in housing. And I think that's really all. Those are the only comments that I have. But again, thank you very much. And look forward to the workshop this Thursday night and see what else the community has to add. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Thank you for reminding us about the workshop this Thursday. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, thank you. And Michelle, this is excellent. I will say I love the term sustainability because that talks about now and down the road. My only point is when we get our commissions and committees rolling back again, I would like to see you talk about a staff sustainability team that would be on Michelle and Deanna to put together, but the community outreach, what I would like to see is our commissions and our committees come up with at least one goal that is within their purview and look at sustainability. That's an obvious for the Planning Commission and the BPAC, Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Committee that I chair, but I think we could pull in a lot of different ideas, and I'd like to see each one of the commissions come up with some thoughts. Thank you.
All right. If I see all the council members have spoken, so we're going to go now to the public, and I see we have Suds Jane. Mr. Jane.
Welcome, Michelle. Thank you for your excellent report. I'm pleased to see that Councilmember Davis is advocating for community gardens. What I would like to propose is that we emphasize rooftop gardens because we've run out of space. And one proposal is to exclude the mechanical that supports a rooftop garden from the height limits of buildings so that we can then add those community gardens. I do want to compare. I know Councilmember Davis was complaining about comparing with other cities, but I'm going to do it anyway. Sunnyvale, Cupertino, Palo Alto, and Mountain View all have sustainability commissions or committees. primarily centered around revising their climate action plans. I suggest that Santa Clara have the same thing. The city of Palo Alto has a utility advisory committee that advises the utility. They have a utility just like Santa Clara. And then I know that Supervisor Cindy Chavez has been spearheading this remote work policy. And I would like to propose that Santa Clara really look at maybe 1 day a week employees can work from home and then reduce all of that commute traffic and improve air quality. So those are just some of my suggestions. Again, thank you for the excellent report and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jane. I don't see any other public members. Am I seeing the right thing? Is there anyone here on this? Okay, so there's a lot of good suggestions. It's a very popular topic. It can go in actually so many different directions. It's amazing, but it's very, very timely. So thank you, Michelle, for that report, and City Manager's Office for that. So we have a motion to note and file the report. Do we have any other discussion from council members? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So stay tuned. A lot coming up. And don't forget the meeting on Thursday. All right, next we have, our next special order of business is adoption of a resolution in support of the 2020 census. City Manager, or Kendra, I see. City Manager, did you want to introduce Kendra?
Well, Kendra is known as our local Sally Jesse Raphael, but at work she's known as Kendra Davis, and she's going to be making a presentation on the Census 2020.
Thank you. Welcome, Kendra. Nice to see you here in the council chambers.
Testing? Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mayor, members of the council. It's so disconcerting to be up here and only see two of you. But I trust that the rest of you are out there listening. So this is an adoption of a resolution in support of the 2020 census. As you may or may not have heard, there have been some changes to the census timeline. Census Day was officially on April 1st. We were about couple of weeks into COVID-19 and to the shelter in place. So obviously that impacted the timeline for the 2020 census. If we go to the first slide, you can see, so the self-response phase is the most important phase, and that's the part where people can respond themselves to the census. So you can do that by mail, by telephone, and you can do it online, which we have had a significant percentage of responses online, and it's really easy to do, very safe, and anyone who has access to a computer, mobile or PC, can do that. So they have extended it to October 31st. You now have until the end of October to respond in any of those three ways. I do want to point out the non-response follow-up also has changed. So the non-response follow-up is when a census taker comes to your house, oh, thank you, to interview you. So that's either you haven't responded to the census at all, or there are some questions that were left blank and they need to clarify information for the census response that they have received. So that will be about August 11th through the 31st. They anticipate that those responses, or that those interviews will be concluded about September, but they'll continue doing them as long as is necessary. And we'll know a little bit more after July about if there are certain areas, who's responded and what census tracts will have more census takers coming out. So the city will do a pretty robust social media campaign to let people know that census takers will be in their neighborhood, and the census takers will all be wearing face coverings and have hand sanitizer and gloves as provided by the Census Bureau, and be maintaining 6-foot social distance. So they'll be very safe, but if you don't want census takers to come to your home, you can fill out the census yourself online. So they're also doing the group quarters enumeration, which will be July 1st through September, which will be dorm rooms or senior living facilities, larger group living homes. They'll also be doing the count of people experiencing homelessness both out of doors and in transitory locations. So that includes shelters, specific soup kitchens that may allow people to use their addresses, things like that. And those will be the month of September. And we'll be coordinating with the city and the county and the police department to help support those counts. So that's just kind of an overview of how the schedule is changing. We'll be doing a big informational push this month and next month to kind of let people know they have time to fill it out before people start arriving at their house and start knocking on their door. And then we'll be working with the county to help support those efforts as people go out into the communities. So this is just informational for you. You can check the self-response rates for cities, for census tracts, for county, for state online. And our self-response rate is 70.2, which is very good. It's the California response rate is 63.2, so we're ahead of the curve in California. And the county's response rate is 71%, so we're right about equal there for the county. So you can see it breaks it down by census tract, which don't correlate exactly to the districts, but you can kind of find your census tract and see how it shakes out. I will say that that large swath in the middle, which is kind of hard to see on that map, has Santa Clara University and the airport. So it kind of, it's a big industrial and commercial area. So there's not as much density as some of the other tracts. So you can still respond now. You can go to my2020census.gov, respond online. You can call that phone number and respond by phone. Both of those options have multiple language translations. So if you have language needs, it can adjust to that. You can also mail your response if you have a paper form. And a postcard reminding anyone who hasn't filled out the census will be mailed to houses at the end of July, just as a last-minute reminder. So that's really it. And adopting this resolution is just exhibiting your support to continue talking about the census and continue encouraging Santa Clara to be counted. I'm ready for any questions. If you have any, I'd happy to.
Thank you, Kendra. I know when I filled out my census and I sent it in immediately, or I did it online, and then they called me right away and they asked me a lot of follow-up questions because I have children that are in college, so they had to answer, to drill down a lot more. But I was a little weary when they were calling me back because I didn't want, I wasn't sure if they were legitimate or not. I mean, I had to ask them a lot of questions and other things, and it was legitimate questions. But how do our residents know what is legitimately the census versus others, especially if they're going to be knocking on people's doors and other things? You said they're going to have, masks and gloves and hand sanitizers, but are they going to have any other official documentation that they can show to people so they know they're not being scammed in any way and we can actually get them counted?
Of course, and we'll put this on our website, so santaclaraca.gov/census 2020. We'll also have this information, so they'll have official census logoed bags as well as folders. They'll have a laptop and they will have a U.S. Census badge. We can't post pictures of their badge because of federal regulations, but you can request their census number and their name, and there is a website you can look up their information to verify. So if you would like to have that information from them, they can provide it, and then you can look it up to make sure that they are actually a census worker.
Okay, thank you for that. So council members, we have, I'll go to you, Vice Mayor Hardy first, and then followed by Councilmember Watanabe and then Davis.
I appreciate Mayor Gilmore asking about how our residents know that someone's for real. We understand the importance of it. I wonder for the public if you could remind them why we do the census and how it is important and why it's so important that we have 100%.
Of course. So the census happens every 10 years. It counts every person living in the United States as of Census Day, which was April 1st. And it really helps us decide how we're represented and what kind of funding we receive. So it does everything from a state level to a county to even city funding. So it represents billions of dollars in federal funding that the city and the county and the state receive. And it's approximately $1,900 to $2,000 per person per year for an undercount. So if we only get 80% count, which sounds really good, that's still 20% of people and a loss of money every single year for each of those people who are not counted. So it really helps impact school funding, it helps impact meal programs and support for our vulnerable populations, including homelessness, senior, older adults, and our kids.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that comment. We're going to go with Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember Davis after that. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kendra, for the update. Really appreciate it. We know that it's really important to get a good number. Glad to see that we're at 70%. Do we know what our percentage was the last time the census was taken? Have we beat it yet?
Well, so it's a little hard to tell. Our percentage response rate was about 74%, but that includes individual responses. So this response rate only has to do with households who have responded. So we won't have that individual response rate until after all of those have been counted. So it's a little bit of a misinformation, but good to shoot for. Continuing to shoot for better than what we had before.
Exactly. And as the mayor mentioned, yes, she had follow-up questions, and I've seen community asking questions about it as well. They received questions, and I have to say, I mean, I just reached out to the Census Bureau and our local advocate from there, Ray Mueller, who was very helpful in answering questions and being able to let the community know exactly, you know, why they were receiving these phone calls. And so I know that I'm glad that you're there, Kendra, with the information, but the census folks are also available as well to answer questions and make sure that everybody is accounted for. So thank you very much for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Davis.
Kendra, mine was short and sweet. With COVID going on, what is the deadline that we have, the absolute deadline for this now?
So the absolute deadline is going to be October 31st. That is the absolute deadline for responding to the census.
Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great. So are we still doing the educational information that's been put out on the website and whatnot? Are you still continuing to do that at a high rate? Or are you zoning in on areas that we have not received any information?
So we have been doing kind of a blanket outreach approach. It's been a little bit more passive, especially with the precautions of COVID-19, but we have been including things in regular city manager reports. We'll have information in the utility billing that'll go out to all of the households, and we'll also have information in Inside Santa Clara, so that will be mailed to every household as well, just to kind of remind people they can still do it from the safety of their own home.
Okay, I would like to see the mayor do another video again because she's so good at it. So get her out there and tell people to be counted. So get the mayor in another video, Kendra. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Any other council members? All right, I have a member of the public. Suds Jane. Mr. Jane?
Yes. Hello, Mayor and
Yes.
Council. This is sort of tangential to Kendra's presentation, but related to the census. Measure C, the committee had recommended an independent redistricting commission. So now that Measure C did not pass, what are the plans for redistricting, and how will that be done, and how will it be determined going forward after the census is completed?
City Attorney, maybe you can help us with that.
I don't think we can say at this point how that would be done. In fact, you know, our case is still on appeal, so it's still possible that we may not even have districting in our charter if the city wins on the appeal.
Okay. All right. Was there anything in addition, Mr. Jane, to that question that you had?
Am I still, oh, nope, that was all. I
Okay.
just thought that we should plan for it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other member of the public. Is this a note and file, or is this just informational? City Attorney?
It's adoption of a resolution.
Oh, duh, okay, thank you very much. So, may I please have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Watanabe. Any other discussion from the council on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Kendra. Appreciate the report. Thank you. Okay, moving on, council, to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. So, may I please ask the council if there's any items pulled for discussion? If not, a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve.
Hello, Mayor, I would like to pull 2 items, and they're just for discussional purposes. 3A and 3I, please.
3A, which is adoption of a resolution authorizing the closure of Centennial Boulevard and a portion of Stars and Stripes Drive in accordance with California Vehicle Code Section 21101 and the California Street and Highways Code Section 891.8. Okay, and the second one you wanted to pull?
3I, please.
3I, which is I'm trying to get there, sorry. Actions related to a temporary road maintenance agreement with Related Santa Clara for a new road extending Stars and Stripes Drive to Great America Parkway through the former Santa Clara Golf and Tennis Club property and naming the new road extension Stars and Stripes Drive. All right. Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, I wanted to pull 3B because I had a question that I did not get to answer.
Can you turn your microphone on? Thanks, go
I
ahead.
thought I had it too much. I'd like to pull 3B because I had a quick question for staff on this one that I didn't get answered beforehand. Sorry about that.
Okay, 3B, which is action on amendment number 5 to Western Area Power Administration and Bureau of Reclamation contract number, big long number, agreement for the funding of operation and maintenance for Central Valley Project Power Facilities. Okay. All right, anybody else? Councilmember Davis, your hand's up. Does that mean you want to pull something, or is that just for your motion?
I just wanted to make the motion for the balance of the consent calendar, and then you had people pull items, so.
Okay, so you have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar. Is there anybody else that would like to pull anything, or any member of the public wanting to pull? So I see none, so we have a motion,
Second.
and there's a second by Vice Mayor Hardy for the balance of the consent calendar. Assistant City Clerk? So we pulled 3A, B, and I. Those are the items pulled. Everything else, this motion?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And the balance of the consent calendar passes unanimously. All right, next we have public presentations, and these are items that are not on the agenda. I don't see any. Do we have any public presentations, Assistant City Clerk? No? Okay. All right, moving on, then we have the item that I pulled forward, which is item number 8. And that is action on Related Santa Clara Development Area Plan DAP2 for Phase 2 of the Related Santa Clara project located on vacant parcels north of Stars and Stripes Drive. Staff?
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I've been informed that Ruth Shikata, who was opening up this presentation, is restarting her computer because of technical difficulties. So if we could just give her a minute.
Okay,
My apologies.
that's okay. That's the
Do we wanna
issue,
go over the poll
doing
ones?
everything remotely. We're bound by computers.
Do we want to do some of the pulled items while we're waiting for Ruth or not?
Do we have representatives from Related on the line ready to go? Because I did pull this up, so
Okay,
I just want to make sure they're on the
I'm
line.
back.
Sounds
They're
like
here?
Ruth is back.
Okay,
back.
Ruth,
Sorry
very
about
good.
that.
No
So,
problem.
Mayor and members of the City Council, I just have some brief opening comments before we turn it over to Andrew Crabtree, who's our Director of Community Development. So the item before you today, just to set a little bit of context, in June of 2016, the council made a number of approvals on the City Place project, which we now call Related Santa Clara. And these previous approvals included an environmental impact report, general plan amendment, plan development, master community zoning, a master community plan, a development agreement which statutorily vests certain rights to the developer, and then a disposition and development agreement which sets forth contract terms of the development project between the city and Related. The approvals required that Related submit a development area plan for review and for the city to determine whether or not that they were consistent with the approvals granted in 2016. So our presentation today focuses on the development program for DAP2, so Development Area Plan 2, and staff's findings as to whether or not the DAP2 application is consistent with the 2016 approval. If the application is consistent with the 2016 approvals, but there's a desire to change a condition of approval, because the developer is vested with rights under the development agreement, the city must secure the developer's consent. The council may, however, modify or impose conditions of approval without the developer's consent only to the perspective to ensure that DAP2 is consistent with the 2016 approvals. So as I hand the staff presentation off to Andrew Crabtree, I'll just give you a brief preview. Staff's review of the application and supporting material have led us to conclude that the DAP2 application is consistent with the 2016 approvals. And therefore, we would recommend council's approval of the application. On one last note, in addition, staff also looked at the consistency of the application and the development program with the DDA and have also concluded that the project exceeds the minimum and best efforts square footage of the development requirements for the DDA. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, and then he will provide the analysis that staff have conducted on DAP2.
Thank you. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. We also have a number of city staff and consultants available to answer questions if they come up during the presentation. So as Ruth has just reviewed, this is a request for a development area plan or DAP approval that was submitted to the city by the Related Santa Clara project developers. Just a little bit of background for this. This is obviously a large project that's very significant to the city. It's located on a 240-acre site north of Tasman Drive. The city granted entitlements for the project in 2016 that would allow ultimately the development of over 9 million square feet of office, retail, food and beverage uses, entertainment, hotels, and residential use as well. The approvals that were granted anticipated that the project would be developed over 7 phases and that each phase would require a development area plan or DAP to be approved. The city recently in March approved the first of those, DAP number 1 for phase 1, which is shown here on the slide, the gray area just north of Tasman Drive. And we are now talking tonight about DAP number 2, which is for the shaded pink area, which is north of the phase 1 area and kind of the heart of the development. The purpose of the development area plan review process is to allow the developer to submit more detailed, refined plans for each phase as their concept for the project evolves, to reflect their current thinking. And the city is then reviewing those for consistency with the original entitlements, including the environmental impact report, the zoning master community plan, or MCP, as well as the disposition development agreement that was entered into between the city council and the developer. The project architecture is not included in the DAP. There are conceptual renderings and elevations that you will see, but for the most part, the architectural review is being deferred to a subsequent administrative review process. The process for the DAP review requires the city to make 3 findings. The first is that the DAP as a whole is consistent with whatever requirements are established in the MCP for that phase. The second is that there is sufficient infrastructure to support the development of that phase. And the third, that there's outdoor space is appropriate, reasonable and appropriate to support the development in the phase. So we will walk through each one of those in our presentation. This is a little overview of the land uses that are included in phase 2, DAP 2. It's a real mix of office, retail, food and beverage, entertainment, hotel, and residential uses, a fairly significant amount of each. You see there are 6 blocks that are being created with this phase. And in one of the center blocks, the one on the left, there's a lot of the red, the food and beverage use that represents the sort of central food hall that you may have seen in concept already being presented. This is a representation of the ground floor uses on the site in this particular diagram. So you see there's a lot of retail across the site that would be developed at this point at the ground level, as well in orange, as well as the food and beverage in red. Some places, the upper uses like the office and the hotel are coming down to the ground floor as well. The next illustration here is a 3D model, so you can kind of see how above the retail, we have office use in light blue, we have the hotel in purple, and then the light yellow shows where the residential development would occur in this phase. So in reviewing the project, the DAP2 for consistency with the approved MCP, these are some of the key items that were reviewed. The land uses follow very closely to what was anticipated for this phase in the MCP, and is consistent. The building heights we also determined to be consistent. The MCP uses height above mean sea level because of the amount of changes to the topography across the site, either existing variation or proposed changes that would occur. So the MCP allows heights up to 219 feet above mean sea level. In the phase, for this phase, the tallest thing that's proposed is 204 feet. So it fits within that. The current phase would provide 70 affordable housing units, and that fulfills the requirement. There's a requirement for 50 units for this phase 2, proportional to the 500 units that are being developed, as well as an additional 20 units to satisfy the requirement for phase 1, which were deferred to this phase as allowed under the NCP. So it meets that requirement with the 70 units that would be included. The MCP established a range of parking ratios for each different type of land use, depending on the mix of land uses that we do an evaluation. It also allowed a 25% reduction for phase 2. So if you look at the proposed land uses and do the calculation, including the reduction, the minimum required would be 3,336 spaces. They are proposing 3,845, so they meet the minimum. One way to look at it is that they're basically proposing about a 14% reduction rather than 25% reduction from the maximum allowed required parking that was contemplated in the MCP, but that is, again, consistent with what is allowed under the MCP. Looking at infrastructure related to the 6 blocks, there's new streets that define those blocks. Some would be developed as public, some as private. This phase notably includes the construction of City Place Parkway, which is sort of a major piece of infrastructure that connects the development to the surrounding land uses. There are bicycle facilities that have been reviewed and are consistent with the MCP and city requirements. And also there's a requirement to build various other types of infrastructure to support the new development. All of that's been reviewed, found to be consistent with city requirements, and would be implemented as the project goes forward. A couple of items that were of difference from what was shown back in 2016 of note. The first is the Centennial Boulevard was envisioned in the concepts that were approved in 2016 as a pedestrian paseo with no vehicular access. However, as the project has evolved and the developer has adjusted the uses to better meet current market conditions, they've come to the conclusion that it would be best to introduce car travel onto the Centennial Boulevard. So as you can see here in this diagram, the blue line represents sort of Centennial Boulevard going through the center of this phase area. The rendering on this slide shows the character of that and the section as well. This would have very generous sidewalks on both sides of the boulevard and lots of amenities, and really designed to still completely meet that goal of having a pedestrian-friendly central walkway paseo through the middle of the site. So that is consistent with certainly with the goals and the intent, the policies in the MCP for Centennial Boulevard. Just to be a little thorough, the other thing, there are some other minor changes that we've noted. For example, portions of Avenue A do not have a median that were shown as having a median in the prior approval. Avenue or not having on-street parking. However, each of those streets still conforms with the MCP, consistent with the sort of typologies that were established there for each of the streets. Moving to the topic of open space, the project includes both formally dedicated open space as well as other types of open space areas. This diagram illustrates where the open space that's being dedicated is. There's a 4.25 acre dedication, sort of a park that directly serves the residential uses as well as other uses on the site that fulfills requirements related to the residential. There is a provision for a rooftop garden outdoor space that is granted credit at 50% under the city's policies. So that equates to 0.38 acres as well. And we would note that this phase includes open space that was deferred from phase one. It's meeting that requirement for that open space as well. Looking now at the private but publicly accessible outdoor areas, the plazas and other spaces around the buildings, you can see here that there's over 6 acres of that type of space, a significant amount, consistent with the developer's vision to really have a very pedestrian-friendly, active type environment with lots of uses spilling out into outdoor spaces. So you can see that there's a sufficient amount of outdoor spaces to reasonably serve the uses that are being proposed. The more fine-grained design review will occur through the administrative review process for those outdoor spaces. So also we looked at the project's consistency with the DDA or disposition and development agreement, and that's described in the staff report. There are specific requirements the city established related to minimum amounts of development for the phase, specific types of development, such as major department stores, that there are provisions in that allow for adjustments to be made, and as described in the report, the project overall is consistent with these requirements and continues to follow the the regulatory path that the city established for the development to go forward. To summarize community engagement for this phase, there was a community open house conducted by the developer in January of this year, prior to the shelter-in-place order. So we had 24 community members attending in person at that event, really to answer questions and have an overview of the project. There was a study session conducted before the Planning Commission in January, and then the Planning Commission hearing on this DAP 2 was in May as well. At the Planning Commission, just to summarize, Planning Commission recommended approval of the project on a 5-1 vote, and the Commission forwarded a request that the Council engage in additional discussions with the developer to include additional TDM measures in the project to ensure ample parking on a 6-0 vote. In addition to discussing TDM or transportation demand management measures as a topic, the Commission also noted that there was some reduction in parking being taken advantage of by the developers allowed under the MCP rules, and they were interested just in the, they looked through the same issues of consistency of the DDA with the MCP and DDA. To elaborate a little bit on the question of transportation demand measures, it's first important to understand that the project as proposed is entirely consistent with the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, that was prepared for the project, and the project does achieve a significant reduction in vehicle miles traveled through a combination of the location of the project, access to transit, the mix of uses that's being proposed. So TDM is really a supplemental tool to further reduce VMT. So when we look at in the aggregate, the reduction of VMT, it's significant, and a portion of that is achieved through TDM, transportation demand management measures, which apply primarily to office and to residential uses. So the Climate Action Plan was amended for the project for the Urban Center Entertainment District, and it established goals of a 4% VM reduction through TDM measures for the office and 2% for residential. And the project is designed, it would continue to meet that requirement, as well as the overall reduction in VMT that is significant and in keeping with what other large projects have seen through the area. There is a reporting requirement for the project to submit reports to the city to show how it's achieving its VMT reduction on an annual basis, and we can verify that. If it's not being met, then there's a requirement to look at additional measures to achieve the VMT reduction that was set forth for the project. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt resolutions for the related Santa Clara City Place project, phase 2 development for DAP 2 to go ahead and adopt the EIR addendum, as well as approve the DAP 2 application. And so with that, staff is available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for that report, and Ruth. We'll start with council questions for staff before we go to the related company. Councilmember Davis, your hand's up. Do you have a question?
Not this time. I would just like to say that it was an excellent report, and I want to really get this moving forward. I think they kind of covered everything they did with the traffic management plans that I could see. So when you're ready, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. We'll hold that off for now. Vice Mayor Hardy, you have questions of staff?
Yes, thank you. Mostly informational. 2 of these are for Andrew, 1 maybe for council. It mentioned a fire station, and I know that we moved a fire station, but it talked about a temporary station. Is that correct during the construction for this phase? And the other question was about, we mentioned our signage, and I wasn't clear if that signage was retail signage, our ordinance, or signage as far as the road and traffic. Could you answer those?
Yes, thank you. So the first question was related to the fire station. There is a provision for a temporary fire station, which is really an expansion of an existing one that has been implemented. The city has gone forward with that, with the participation of the developer. And if there's more detailed questions about that, I think Public Works could add more detail, but that is being implemented, is in service. The capacity is there throughout the project. The second question related to signage, that's really more focused on I would say, commercial signage, but it can include wayfinding really within the private realm. It's not about street signs in the public right of way so much as it is about the signs that the project would have to provide it with identity, with advertising for the uses on the site, placemaking and so forth, that are really kind of the part of the unique character that the developer is trying to achieve, and then through a separate review process from this current DAP.
I think my concern, because I did guess it was possibly retail, as if you said, and partially wayfinding. We have not looked at our sign ordinance, and updated it for a while, and I was concerned about that reality. Is there any thought to do that, or passing this today will put us under our regular signage? This also may be for council.
Well, we are undergoing, right now we are updating the zoning code, the entire zoning code, and part of that is the signage, the sign ordinance.
And that would be retroactive to whatever.
Well, this is a separate approval.
Yeah.
And most of the signage here is not signage that looks outside of the development. So this is within the development.
Okay. Thank you. And council, while I have you, I saw the term at least 2 or 3 times in the report, best effort made. And I wondered, from a legal point of view, what does a best effort look like?
Well, I think with best effort comes good faith. So if you are engaging in good faith to attempt to do something, then I think that would be considered the best effort.
But that is a standard term. I just had not seen that before.
It's a term that has meaning, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you. So Andrew, I'll hit on one of my areas that's always one of my areas of concern is the transportation infrastructure. And I understand the challenges with a TDM program for this location, based on the fact that with the amount of retail and food, beverage, entertainment, that you'll have a lot of people coming and going. And so it's a little different than where people are coming to go to work, and that, every day or large numbers of people will be coming to the same place. So I sort of understand the differences. But one of the things that will happen, one of the ways to reduce even for the kind of intermittent visitors, is if we make sure that the rest of the transportation infrastructure has been improved, and that includes the light rail and the Capital Corridor and ACE, use of the Union Pacific tracks there at Great America Station. So I know that the study for improving those uses and the look at having a multimodal station, was going to start. But I think, can you help me? Was it during phase 2 that study will start? Do you recall?
And thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. I would ask that Public Works weigh in on that one. Because, they have, I think, the detail on that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so thank you. This is Mike Liu, Public Works Assistant Director. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Mike.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Great, thank you. So yes, the multimodal improvement plan that was approved by the council back in September of 2018 does include funding for a study, the Great America Station Master Plan. About $750,000. That is part of phase 2 in terms of the project. We've actually been speaking with the VTA and ACE. We had a meeting recently just to start off overall kind of monthly discussions, if possible. That came up, and we obviously kept them up to date. So they're very interested in starting that process as soon as we are ready. What's important to note is that the work or the money which would be transferred at some point to the VTA would be is paid out of fees collected from the development. So as the development occurs and building permits are pulled, then per our funding agreement that was approved by council, the money would come to the city, which would eventually tally up to the $750,000 that would be transferred over to the VTA. And then, of course, the city and all stakeholders, including related, would be a part of that process. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So that means, like, I think next year is when, of course, we'll wait to hear from Mr. Eimer, but I think it's next year that we're anticipating the actual construction beginning. So it'll be sometime, perhaps late next year, that at least the collection of the fees would start.
It does depend on when the development occurs and when they pull building permits, because that is when the fees are due, whether they be regional traffic fees or the local traffic fees. Once they tally up, obviously we have to deal with phase 1 first,
Yes.
then phase 2, then at some point we will have enough funding to basically transfer the money. What's also important to note is in our capital program, we've already created a project in the budget, so that way it's reflected moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all that I had.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the report. A quick question on the parking. Like, I know we are reducing the parking, and that is still within the limits we prescribed earlier. But if we compare this parking availability over here comparing to, let's say, Santana Row, which has more than 4,400 parking spots, do you think the parking reduction we are doing is adequate, will suffice? It will not overflow parking to the neighborhoods? Did we do some comparison with the other developments like Santana Row?
So we did definitely look, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chahal, thank you. We did definitely look at the relationship of this project with other new development, not specifically Santana Row, which is has a different sort of context and a little bit older development. But we looked at the trends that are going on in terms of actual parking demand for uses. And as you're aware, rideshare type services have become increasingly a factor, particularly with hotel uses. And so there were some areas where, the reduction is more focused on uses where there's data to demonstrate that demand today is different than it was when the project was initially developed. Other areas, they're continuing to provide parking consistent with the original ratios. So, we did look at that. We think that there's definitely more than enough support justification for the requested reduction. And I would note too, as I did earlier, that the MCP allows up to a 25% reduction, and they're not fully utilizing that.
Okay. So I do agree with some of your points, like the mode of transportation has changed with the Uber and Lyft, and I can fully understand that for outside visitors, especially the hotel, like they're asking for 0.5 per room. That I agree to that. That's not a problem. But I'm more concerned about the retail, like when we are reducing the retail parking from 4.5 to 3.9 per 1,000 square feet. I'm a bit concerned about that. What are the standards for the retail, which are other newer developments are following?
Well, another note too is that Santana Row really started out as a retail and residential development, and this project has significantly broader, deeper sort of robust mix of uses with the office and the hotel. Well, Santana Row has a hotel as well, but just in general, a lot of the reduction around retail is related to the mix of uses that people would, travel to the site for a variety of activities. And I would also note that we're looking at DAP phase 2, but the adjacent uses DAP phase 1. And I think it's very reasonable that the developer is also looking at sharing between the different phases as well. We don't really have immediately adjacent the neighborhood context concern as much either in this case.
Yeah, my concern is compounding because we already reduced the parking on the DAP1 basically, and now we are further reducing the parking on DAP2. So, and with the events happening at stadium and other, how lively this space is, retail space, and the food and beverages area is, I'm a bit concerned about that. So those were my concerns about the parking reduction. And even on residential, like I would say reduction of from 1.5 to 1, I would be okay with if we do 1 to 1.25, that would be okay. And hotel is I'm perfectly fine because that's the mode because people from outside come and they use those modes. Okay, so my second question is for the TDM. I know Planning Commission really emphasized that council should really have a detailed discussion about the TDM measures which we can take. So first of all, the 4% and for office and 2% VMT reduction for residential. Do we have any teeth onto that? What happens if we don't? What is the follow-up action? Like how we measure that, and what happens with if we don't achieve that? First point.
So the project approvals and the MCP do require, and the EIR do require that the developer submit reports to the city on an annual basis to show that the overall VMT or TDM reductions are being met. And the measure that the city has is that they're not, is to work with the developer then to come up with additional measures that could be incorporated into the project to achieve the stated reductions.
So recently I've come to know that we have put these same type of on-paper conditions to for TDM measure reports every year, but we are not getting a lot of those. We are not getting those. So the worry is like, okay, we put it on the paper. We don't even have a follow procedure. What is being actually done? So I want some concrete measures. Like, okay, if not only that, like we need to have some penalties for. It's not that we couldn't achieve it. Okay, what next? We could not achieve it. What next? So my point is like there should be some teeth into those. If we could not achieve, what are the other options we can use so that we make the developer achieve those reductions?
Well, for this project, the requirements are already established in the EIR and the MCP. So we would be reviewing the project consistent with those requirements that were already established. And I think the Planning Commission recognized that in their discussion as well, that topic has already been addressed through those documents. And so the nature of the referral to the council was really more of a voluntary discussion that the council might have with the developer along those lines. In terms of speaking really to the city's process as a whole, this is really, this project has its own established process, but the city's requirement for TDM measures is relatively recent. Those projects that have the requirements established, been approved in the last few years. They need to get developed. There has to be in operation for some period of time in order to start collecting data. And so I think that, the city is starting to receive reports and we'll follow up on that. But so we don't have the concern that we're not able to conduct the monitoring around the TDM requirements of various projects.
Okay, so on the voluntary discussion point of view, did we ever talk to developer regarding TMA, like shuttle programs? So would they be ready to join some of those type of programs to alleviate the traffic and greenhouse gases? Once the other neighborhood, let's say if we join that, would they be ready to join those programs? Did we ever had a discussion with them?
I think it's early in that, we may have something like that established in the area, but we don't yet. So, there may be an openness to that, but I would defer to the developer to sort of speak to that during their presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Next, we have Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of comments and questions. Andrew, first of all, thank you for the reminder about the affordable housing. I know affordable housing is a big issue and these days, and it's good to be reminded that there will be affordable housing in the second phase. The second question regarding Centennial Boulevard and the fact that it's being changed from a walker-friendly strip and being converted to allow traffic to go through there. It's hard to tell by the diagram. Is it going to be one-way or two-way?
So it would be two-way traffic.
It's two-way traffic. Okay. And I know you said that there were that the sidewalks were large and good walkable, and it's just it's a shame that I know everybody's talking about walkways and being able to just get out and walk without traffic. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. And then,
if I may comment on that a
yes.
little bit, yeah, just to add a little more detail, I recognize it may be hard to see, but the sidewalk is 30 feet on one side and 20 feet on the other side. So that's, a total of 50 feet of sidewalk area. When we've developed paseos, they're often 35, 40 feet in width. So we really have the equivalent of a full paseo, a very generous pedestrian walkway along Centennial Boulevard in addition to the street.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information regarding the size. And then just to state you regarding the community engagement, I was at the January 15th meeting and glad that Related was able to have that before COVID shut everything down. And it was a well-attended meeting and definitely robust discussion and questions. So I'm glad that the community had an opportunity to see things first and foremost before COVID shut everything down. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I don't see any other. Councilmember Chahal, your hand's still up. Do you have more questions of staff?
Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I missed a couple of questions. Thank you. Andrew, two questions. One is, do you have a position regarding the EV stations we have? I know we just had a study session on sustainability. So do we have what are the EV stations? Because this I'm asking because we approved this plan in 2016, and now we are changing parking spot because of the changing scenario. And even for electric vehicle point of view, things have changed a lot. And so what is the position for the installed EV stations? How many parking spots have that? And how many have been asked for a provision to add the EV charging down the line?
So I think that's something that will get addressed when we go through the subsequent architectural review. We don't have that level of detail yet that I can provide you with a specific number of EV parking spaces at this time.
Okay, so that's not part of today's discussion. Basically, it will come out. Did we have anything in our MCP, like we should have that much of EV stations?
Let me check it and look in what it says specifically on that.
And with that, I would also, if there are some bicycle parking spots for residential class 1, class 2, or even for the commercial, if you can find out that, that's fine. And you can get back later after looking into it. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. What is before us today is the approvals and the consistencies of the plans with the development agreement and the MIP. I know that there's questions about certain levels of details and something that was approved in 2016, and can we change it now? And I think we're fairly limited in what we can do in terms of that. So I hope that that's, explained later on what we're actually doing. as opposed to getting into great detail about the project. I know we can ask questions, but I think that our level of amending something that happened that's already in the conditions of approval is going to be somewhat limited. So unfortunately, that's the reality of it. So if we could go now to the developer to give their presentation. I don't know who's making it on behalf of, making the presentation on behalf of Related. Is someone out there?
Steve Armour should be on the phone.
Oh, Mr.
Yes,
Armour?
Mayor
Steve?
Gilmore.
Yes.
This is,
Welcome.
yes, I'm Mayor Gilmore. Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. And there should be some slides up on the screen as well.
We're trying to find those in a minute. We don't have those up yet. Let's wait until we can get those up.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay, technical help is on the way, so we'll just bear with us for a minute if you don't mind, Mr. Armour. Okay, here we go. Very good.
Excellent. Mayor Gilmore, thank you very much, and members of the council. This is Steve Eimer here for Related. Obviously, thank you so much for considering our item under these continued challenging circumstances for all of us. Next slide, please, Andrew. Yes, this is focused today's conversation on just phase 2, DAP2 of our project, which is just north of phase 1, which is at the bottom of the screen. And phase 2 really represents, as been mentioned before, really the heart of our city center portion of our project. The first set of buildings, images that I'm going to show you are buildings that are being designed by the world-famous Foster Partners with the world-renowned Gensler acting as architects of record on these projects. Next slide, please. Yes, this is an image on the east, starting on the east side of the project. This is an image of Avenue B looking north, very heavily landscaped, obviously. On the right-hand side is our parking garage for this portion of the project, about 2,900 spaces. It's camouflaged pretty nicely at street level with very active retail built right into the parking garage and heavy landscaping, trees, and wide sidewalks here as well. On the left-hand side of this image is our loft office building, which I have a couple of other images of, but this is also features retail at the base of that building, so a very active streetscape. Next, please. This is an image of the east side plaza with the loft office building in it. The loft office is 4 stories above retail and will have approximately 305,000 square feet of office space. This will be a very unique structure. It's going to be made out of timber, which from a sustainability point of view is very desirable, limiting carbon footprint. And it will be the first timber building in Silicon Valley for office uses. Next, please. This is another view of that loft office on the left, and fully integrated with retail at the base into the retail and food and beverage pavilions in the East Plaza. Next, please. And yet another view of the loft office with a pavilion retail in front of it, and then retail again, and food and beverage all along at street level with office space above. Next, please. And this is an interior view of that loft office space. A lot of wood construction, timber construction, as I mentioned, large windows, operable windows. We think it's going to be a very appealing, very attractive space. Next. This is a view of our global food market, which we think is going to become kind of the iconic building for the project. This is a Foster designed wood-type timber structure. It will house food and beverage and retail shops, and will be over 100,000 square feet, which is similar in scale and concept really to the San Francisco's Ferry building. Next, please. This is another view of the global food market on the left, with a view up Centennial on the right-hand side. Again, very wide sidewalks, as Andrew mentioned, double tree-lined adjacent to the global food market. Next, please. Andrew had this slide in his presentation as well, overlooking Centennial. This happens to be a rendering with Centennial closed in the case to vehicles in the case of a street fair or farmers market, which we intend to program very regularly. Next, please. A lot of outdoor seating surrounding the global food market and integrated into the surrounding retail environments of all the streets. Next, please. Again, another shot of how that food and beverage and retail at street level with patio seating above will work. This is, again, Centennial, a very wide sidewalk, double tree lined. Thank you. Next. Another shot of the global food market. Retail, some amount of retail will be integrated with the food as well. Next. And this is a view of the interior of that global food market, very distinctive timber construction. This will feature both full service restaurants as well as quick serve, grab and go. It will offer a broad range of cuisine to obviously take advantage of the great ethnic diversity of the region. Next, please. And then moving further west, this is adjacent to the global food market, will be the West Side Plaza, which is an entertainment zone for the project. On the right-hand side will be a cinema live theater complex. On the left will be a boutique office with retail and food and beverage at the base, and a large plaza in between. This view is fronting on San Tomas Aquino Creek, by the way. Next, please. A series of shots here of the plaza, West Side Plaza landscaping, meant to be very engaging, very pedestrian-oriented, heavily landscaped. Next. Couple more shots. Andrew, you could just move through a couple of these just to give a feel for the level of landscaping in the West Side Plaza. Different architectural styles will be provided as well in some of the pavilion buildings. This is a view. If you'd stop there one sec. That's great. Thank you. This is a view of the cinema live performance venue with, again, retail and food and beverage at the base. And next. And this is a closer up view of the loft office building that I mentioned, boutique office building flanking the performance venue. Next, please. So I've just walked you through sort of the southern four blocks, of phase two, and now we're going to move to the northern 2 blocks. Next, please. This is the Equinox block, which will feature in the taller structure there, a 220-room Equinox Hotel, which is a brand owned by Related. Left of that will be a terrific Equinox Health Club, also Related owned, and then we'll incorporate 200 service departments, which are depicted there on the right, with a plaza working in between. A couple of slides. Next couple of slides will show that plaza area. Next, please. This is looking back toward the service departments on the left, a plaza area in the center, and the hotel and club on the right. Very at pedestrian level, very, very heavily landscaped, food and beverage, indoor, outdoor at the base. Next. And another view of that street level looking at the service departments. And next slide, please. And then moving now toward the residential, primarily residential block. This will include 300 units of residential, which, as Andrew mentioned, will also include 10% affordable units, also including an allocation from previously developed residential. It will also include retail and food and beverage at the base of this building, and also 500 car parking garage to service this facility. Next slide, and another view from the other end, if you will, of that residential block. Again, units above retail at street level. Next, please. And then the final few slides I have here are depictions of our East Side Park, neighborhood park, which we have submitted some conceptual plans to Parks and Recreation staff and been working with them closely to refine them. And this should be ready to go to the commission, the Park and Recreation Commission, very soon to get their input. Next slide, please. Few images. This will include bikeways, walkways, seating areas, and also the next slide will show you some very active recreational uses as well, including the children's play area, volleyball, and a dog park as well. With that, that concludes my presentation, Ms. Mayor, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I also have some of my staff on the phone if there's some things come up I can't answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the nice slides, and the food court makes me, it's not a food court, the global food market, it's making me hungry. So thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with my council members to see if they have questions of Mr. Eimer. Council members, anybody? Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Eimer. It looks beautiful. I can't wait till it's up and running. And I see that the people looked very happy without masks on. And I guess this is after the pandemic that this will be running up and running. So with that, Mayor, I would like to make the motion for staff recommendation.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Hardy. A second by by Councilmember Watanabe. Okay, so thank you, Councilmember Davis. Do you have any further comments, Councilmember Davis?
No, I don't.
Okay, we're going to start with Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make sure I was unmuted. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Eimer, for the update and beautiful presentation. It's always really exciting to see how this project is moving along. And I know there have been some challenges as a result of COVID, but it's really exciting just to know that this project is coming to the city of Santa Clara. I'm glad that you had some slides to show like Centennial Boulevard, for instance, and to just show a better rendition of, what the streets, how wide the streets will be and pedestrian friendly. So that's really good to see. I had a question. You mentioned about the loft building, and there is a picture showing what the space will look like when it's built out. Is Related going to be responsible for building out the space and then leasing it, or is it going to be according to whoever wants to build the space?
With regard to the loft building, Related will be building the shell and core for sure, and one of the neat things about that type of construction is that in using the timber construction methods, there's actually very little tenant fit out work that's actually necessary. Most of the tenants that would occupy space like that really like the raw wood exposed ventilation and other kinds of mechanical services. It's just the look and the feel that's appealing, and so there won't be that much tenant work done in the loft building, most likely.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Two very important words I heard you say: farmers market. Everybody wants a farmers market in the north side. I know we talked about that, but thank you for hearing me when I brought it up, and I have as well. And I know that will be an important component for the community that they look forward to having and being able to have so close to home, and just having one in the north side. I know the one in downtown is fantastic, but it'll be nice to have an additional one close to home. And then two other good words I heard you say: dog park. Dog parks are few and far between, and we need more in Santa Clara. And I know it's a couple of years away, but still, it's nice to know that there will be a dog park incorporated somehow into the East Side Park that we see some renderings of. Do you have an idea of how big it will be by any chance, or?
The dog park itself, or the East Side Park? I'm sorry.
The dog park, sir.
It's programmed currently at about a half an acre, but we're still into the kind of stage of getting some input and refining that. Okay.
And then, so that's good to know. That's good to know. And so I'm trying to recall. So phase one will be coming first. This is part of phase two that will be coming about 6 months after the groundbreaking for phase one, correct?
Yes, we plan to start phase two about 6 months after we start phase one, correct?
Great. Okay. And then just as a follow-up, as much as the community is looking forward to the project, I know it's going to be a great source of jobs. I mean, retail jobs, but also in the construction industry, the hotel industry. And I was just curious if a timeline for the construction trades unions and a PLA have been finalized, or is there a time? What do you know what the timeline is?
With regard to PLA for the construction trades. We've been in discussions with the South Bay Labor Council for some time. We have been working back and forth. We submitted some comments on their latest version to them at the end of May, just a month ago, a little more than a month ago, and we're awaiting their comments back so that we can, re-engage and push to try to get a PLA done sometime this year.
Great, okay. Because I know COVID has really had an impact on how work is going to be done in many sectors, not just the construction. So I know we're all hopeful that, an agreement can happen soon, and we are whatever we can do to help in that respect. Our jobs are very important in this Silicon Valley, and so we just want to make sure that we, whatever we can do, we're here to help. So thank you very much.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Eimer, for the report. The renderings look great, and I like the camouflaged parking lot with the retail. That was really good. And timber building, excellent looking there. One quick question, now that we are in pandemic and a lot of things are changing because of the COVID-19, are you in touch with your architects or builders so that you can make adequate changes to take care of the situation where we are? I'm not sure how, I hope this situation can get well soon, but are you in touch with to make some adequate design changes into the open space or within the mobility within the buildings? Are you in touch with any of those experts?
Yes, Councilman, we're very heavily involved, not only on this project, but as a company. As you can imagine, with all of the different businesses and projects that Related owns and operates throughout the country and the world, frankly. We're very heavily involved in sorting out what kinds of design and operational adjustments need to be made in order to deal with both the short-term and the long-term effects of this pandemic. And they're going to be pretty far-reaching, which frankly works, in a sense, to our benefit, because our timing is such that we can make the changes that we feel are appropriate and our experts feel are appropriate, because we're not yet quite under construction. And so that the products that our office buildings, our hotels, our retail establishments, our open space spaces will all benefit from all of the considerations that we are going through right now. Happy to talk. I could spend an hour and a half on that particular subject, but you're absolutely right. That's a very important part of what we're engaged in right now.
Okay. And my next question is, I know you are engaged with the PLAs with the South Bay Labor. Your hotel falls within the CFD. So are you actively planning to join the CFD for city's revenue for TOT and other aspect? I just want your response to that.
Well, the CFD, I think you're referring to the stadium.
Yes.
CFD, and our project site falls within an area that was anticipated for annexation into that program. There hasn't been any official action taken by the city on that, and once that is initiated, once there's something formally established, we will get into that dialogue. Typically, it's my understanding anyway, that that process really is not generally initiated by the city until a hotel is pretty close to being operational. And obviously, as we sit today, we're still roughly 3 years away from opening our doors. Unfortunately, we like to be open sooner, but that's just how long it's going to take to get the first hotel up and operating. So
okay.
That's, you know.
Okay, so basically, once the city initiates, you are very positive to join that. Basically, that's what I'm hearing.
Well, we'll go through the. I can't predetermine what Related will do, honestly, because there is a process that one has to go through. But we're certainly aware of the status, the situation, and
so that's fine. Thank you for that. And my next question is regarding the parking. Like you made some changes to the parking. What we had the earlier number of parking spots. And my bit of concern is reduction. I'm okay with the reduction of parking for the hotel because that's the transient people who come and they use more of Uber and Lyft, all those modes right now. But I'm a little bit more concerned about the retail parking reduction, which we have reduced from 4.5 to 3.9. Keeping in view your other establishment, and because I was comparing your site to the Santana Row, and where it's very hard to find a parking, like I'm not talking about right now when the COVID-19 happening, but in routine, they have a 4,400 parking spots. So what do you think of reducing from 4.5 to 3.9? Can we do something a little bit more than that?
Well, we and I think you've heard from the city's staff and the city staff's consultants and our parking consultants, experts as well, council member, and I think everybody that we've talked to in this regard feels that we're headed in the right direction by reducing parking the amount that we're suggesting. We're entitled to reduce it up to 25%, and we're only proposing to reduce it, I think, around 14% from previous amounts. The one, I think, big distinction I would focus on between us and Santana Row, as an example, is the nature of our project being full-on mixed use. And we have a lot of office space in our project anticipated, and that office parking will be shared parking for retail, food and beverage, entertainment users. That's part of the program. It's always been part of the program that we would have the ability to share those parking. Obviously, offices are occupied during the day, peak use of retail, food and beverage, entertainment, nights and weekends. So there's a perfect sharing. And Santana Row doesn't really have that capability. So I don't think it's a fair comparison really at all to look directly at those two for that reason. So I think we feel very comfortable that the amount of parking that we're proposing is going to be very adequate.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Any other council members have any comments, questions? All right, we have a couple of public members wanting to speak. The first one is Suds Jane. Mr. Jane.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the development agreement was agreed upon 4 years ago. And as we know, the world has completely changed in 4 years. So as a result, Hunter Storm which had a DA with the city, asked to open up the development agreement for the Gateway Crossings project. This DA that we have with Related is a 15-year DA. Who knows what's going to happen in 15 years? My understanding is that in the past 20 years, the city has never asked to open up a DA. So if we wanted, we could actually ask to try to open up this DA, offer more benefits to the developer Related, and get more benefits like TDM for the city. Because I see that with Tasman East, with potentially, who knows what's going to go over on the Kylie project, the Yahoo project, this project, which has 12,000 office workers, we could potentially open up the DA and try to get more TDM plans. Now this property is within the Melrose CFD annexation area. My understanding is that every hotel within that annexation area has so far voluntarily agreed to abide by joining the CFD and paying the Melrose fees. And then also at Santana Road, they're now starting to implement possibly paid parking. And if you're going to be sharing the parking with the office buildings, which are pretty far from the retail area, are you going to run a shuttle? Finally, as part of the TDM, you're going to do bike parking, and that will require bike parking rooms. I'm wondering when those will be designed into this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Javier Batia is next. Javier?
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Mr. Eimer, for that detailed presentation. A couple of questions, which might be quick. You talked about timber, and timber is great for projects from a perspective of beautification and lighter and things of that nature, but there is considered higher risk in terms of fire. And of course, that's not rocket science. I'm sure you already know that. But looking at the plans, since most of the timber buildings are right next to each other, I wanted to get your perspective on how we ensure safety and prevent the spread of fire, because that is a real problem for Northern California. And I'm sure you have plans. Just wanted to hear what those are. And secondly, I guess a little bit of what's similar to what Seb said is our situations have changed and economy has really, and people's jobs have been severely impacted. What is the possibility of increasing some affordable housing or different types of housing that could accommodate the residents that are, or excuse me, the workforces that are actually going to work on site? Not only will it reduce traffic, but it will reduce and increase the quality of life for those residents that actually would work and play and live in your community. As you know, labor workforce in the spaces of retail and small businesses is really hard to come by. And of course, now with the market changes because of COVID, it's really unknown what that might look like. But that still brings down the same problem that if retailers need workforces, the better option is to have them housed closer so they can actually have more loyalties and more reasons to stay and continue to work near their own residences, and allow them to actually be committed and allow the businesses to be successful. So there's so much more dependency now than ever before. So I know this is 3 different things I've asked you or suggested. I would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public members? No other public members? Okay, Council, we have a motion and a second. Let me ask if the staff would like to make any final comments on some of the comments that the council members or the public made. Andrew or Ruth or anybody?
Thank you. This is Jeremy Ray, Deputy Fire Chief. Can you hear me?
Who is that? I'm sorry. Oh, Jeremy
Ray.
Ray. Yes, yes. Go ahead, Jeremy. We can hear you.
So on the comments regarding mass timber, mass timber is really seeing a resurgence worldwide. The international fire and building codes are a little ahead of the California building code in some areas, but we have already been in discussions, both the building department and the fire marshal, with Related and their architects regarding their plans. And, we'll just move forward with those discussions. But, everything that they are proposing, has potential and has been done in other places already. So it just comes down to them meeting the requirements of the California Fire and Building Codes.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Who's that?
This is Andrew Crabtree.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I could reiterate that our building official has been very actively working on this project already, reviewing concepts early with the developer. And to the question about when bicycle facilities would be determined, that is through the subsequent architectural review process that will happen over the next few months with the developer per the MCP. And the MCP does establish some goals, targets, standards for bicycle parking. So we'll be working from that as we go forward. It's provided in terms of absolute numbers, but there's a healthy requirement there. So we'll be implementing that through the architectural review process. But also would like to reiterate too that that's not the that's kind of outside of what we're looking at tonight. We really focus on the MCP process and the consistency of the EAP with the MCP.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Crabtree. I'm going to ask Mr. Eimer if he has any final comments from what he heard.
No, I think staff's response was very helpful, and I appreciate your consideration today.
Okay, so is there any final comments from council members? Okay, I just wanted to say a couple things. One, maybe a few of us have been with this project for many, many years, and we approved this project in June of 2016. I just want to remind everyone, or in case the public didn't know, when we dealt with the Related company and we approved this project, it was probably it was the biggest project we've ever encountered in, I think, the cities or anybody's histories around here. So the fact that it's proposed to be built on landfill made it increasingly challenging. But just as a reminder, the city of San Jose, shortly after we approved the project in June of 2016, the city of San Jose sued the city of Santa Clara over this project and pretty much cost us 2 years on the processing of this project. So it's not a matter of the fact that we, the Related company wasn't moving ahead or the city wasn't, moving ahead with our end of the transaction. It was those particular circumstances that cost us a lot of time. That was resolved and moving forward. I know, again, many people have talked about, different densities or more residential or this or that. I just want to remind people this is on landfill, and the governmental agencies have limited the amount of residential that we can put on landfill. So it's pretty much limited as to what we can do. However, the city, in looking forward and the need for residential for all types of housing, we approved a specific plan on Tasman East, which is literally right next door to the Related development. And I don't know if we still hold the title, but we have one project that has the most, is the largest affordable housing project in the state of California, which is on Tasman East. I don't know if we still hold that. I think it's St. Anton, if we still hold that title. But there's a lot of affordable housing on Tasman East and a lot of units there. And we're hoping that will support the workers at the Related site as well as workers in Santa Clara, so that our businesses and our community can live, work, and play in the same area and stay out of their cars and off the streets, which is one of the issues. I know we're trying to get reduced parking and for people to take public transportation or bike or walk, bike to work, some way, somehow. So we're trying to work that way. So thank you to Related for doing what you can to reduce the number of parking spaces so we can encourage people to do that. But one thing I wanted to just say about this project, I look at it as 3 separate considerations. One, that this project will bring an entertainment element, entertainment, shopping, food, that's going to be very much a regional draw. Not just the city of Santa Clara, but a regional draw to the area where people will come and they'll spend money, and we'll get a lot of benefits here in the city from that aspect of it. And there's really a lack of entertainment, and this type of product, there's nothing like this type of product. So this isn't really a project that you can compare with Santana Row. It's not even, it's apples and peanuts. I mean, it's just completely different. But this project is going to bring that element. The second thing is, this project is, the city of Santa Clara, we own the property. We are partners in this project. We're not partners in the development, but we're partners in the fact that there will be a long-term revenue stream to our city for 99 years. And that's really important, especially under the situation and the current situation now and going forward. So the council looked at this years ago as an opportunity to have a long-term revenue stream to our general fund. And that's really important to us. So it's important that this project be successful so that we can get that revenue stream and help our police, fire, roads, libraries, parks, everything Santa Clara. But I think Councilmember Watanabe pretty much defined the third bucket for me, which was the local advantages of having this project. The first thing she talked about was jobs, all types of jobs. I know I have a teenager trying to find a job now, and of course it's super difficult right now to find a job, but having jobs are so much important. The construction jobs, she brought up a PLA with the unions. It's important that we have, union labor out there, local people working, building it, creating it, and then ultimately working, on this project. She brought up the local issues like the farmers market. I don't know, for some reason I don't believe I've heard that before. So the farmers market will be wildly popular in North Santa Clara. Everyone will go to that. I mean, the farmers market's great. The dog park, having the dog park, we'll advocate for, many dog parks out there, because as you know, people have adopted pets at a record number, especially now, and we need areas for people to take their pets out. Central Park North that we're going to be working on, unfortunately we'll be a little behind schedule because of what's happened, but Central Park North is going to be so important in this project. And just, the general the general availability of entertainment for us here in Santa Clara. And again, this is uptown, nothing to do with downtown. This is uptown, and this is going to provide a different level of opportunities for people that live here to be able to work in the area and have some fun things to do with great food and recreational areas, tying all of our trail systems in, tying Eulastack in with all of this. I mean, this is going to be a phenomenal project. So the sooner we can get this going, the better. All we're doing tonight is just saying that everything conforms to everything else. I mean, that's really what we're doing. There'll be more details later on as it goes through the different part of the process, but I really want to thank the Related Company for still hanging in there after everything that's happened and the uncertainty of what's going on in the world, especially in terms of retail, commercial, outdoor spaces, everything else, for still hanging in there with us and moving ahead as our partners on this project. I think it's just that important to us. So, so thank you everybody for all your comments and everything else. And we have a motion and a second, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe.
Kathy?
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe, once again. Is she off?
She dropped off. Let's wait, put her back
Mayor,
on.
she got stuck.
This is her
Kathy
district, so.
Watanabe. Mayor,
Yes, I hear you.
Kathy Watanabe just got kicked off. Can you wait until she comes back on? She just froze up.
Yes.
She's rebooting as we speak.
Won't be the first time it's happened this meeting. People rebooting and coming back in. Do we have music playing while we're waiting?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, I'm back on. I'm sorry,
Okay,
I was disconnected.
we're voting on the motion. Councilmember Watanabe? How
Yes.
do you? Okay.
Yes, I vote yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. I'm going to ask if we could take a 10-minute break while I transfer over to Vice Mayor Hardy, who will be taking over this meeting. Okay? Thank you, everyone.
Audio test? Oh, good. Glad I caught that before. Yeah, because I told you that's one of the, I'm so high tech here that I've caused myself problems. Bless you. Okay, yeah, we'll go back to 3A. Yeah, I asked for 3B just because I had a question. And then both Raja and Kathy for 3. Thank you. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Karen Hardy, Vice Mayor of Santa Clara. Our mayor has been called out to her other job. She had a hard deadline, and I'm taking over for her. I appreciate everyone who's here, and we are going to reconvene back on the items that were pulled from the consent calendar. We took the related project out of order, which was number 8. So we're going back to 3A, and that was pulled by Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I can hear myself, so I'm coming through loud and clear.
Yes.
Yeah, I pulled 3A and 3I, and actually I feel that they both go together because they actually have to do with the related project also. And I pulled them more for informational purposes because I just learned that Stars and Stripes Drive is going to be shutting down here in the next couple of weeks, August 3rd to be precise, and just want to make people aware that the related and the city are putting together a very comprehensive plan to make the residents aware and changes in as a result of the road closure and opening up the slip ramp, which is going to assist people in getting around the area. So it was just for informational purposes, and also again with the maintenance agreement, which is going to be part of the new road that's going to be extending the Stars and Stripes Drive to Great America Parkway. So as I really don't have any questions, or unless staff wants to add something to it.
I am not aware of any staff, and so with that, do you have a motion, council member?
Yes, motion to approve staff recommendation on both 3A and 3I, if that's permissible.
I apologize. 3I was also listed as Councilmember Chahal, so I'd like to not bundle those because 2 of you asked for that one.
Okay, then I will go ahead and then just make a motion to approve staff recommendation on 3A.
Vice Mayor, I did not pull any item.
Oh, I apologize. Then my notes are wrong. I see Councilmember Davis. Did I get my notes wrong on that one? Was that you?
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that public presentation comes before consent items polled, so I just wanted to remind you of that.
Oh, I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. We jumped right in. I will go back. We'll handle this one, and we'll go back and do public presentations. I thought we did ask for that before, but we can do that again. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Then because I hear no concerns, if you would like to bundle 3A and 3I then, Councilmember Watanabe, is that your motion?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Do I have a second for that?
I think Councilmember Chahal seconded, but if not, I'll second.
I seconded, yes.
Okay, thank you. We're not hearing everything. I'm a little concerned. So Councilmember Chahal, you did second that?
He did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Do we have any more discussion? I'm looking for, I do not see any, so I'll call for a vote.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes. Thank you. That appears to have passed unanimously. I was reminded by Councilmember Davis that we did not yet ask for public presentation. She's absolutely correct, so I will do
Mayor
this.
We did ask for public presentation.
Okay, I was right. All right, we had done it, and we don't have anyone else with a request. Okay, good. Moving on, we have 3B, which I pulled, and it was a question mostly for staff, because this entire amendment was about the Western Area Power Administration and Bureau of Reclamation contract, and it had to do with the board. And I wanted to make certain, and this would be either probably for the city manager, do we now have a representative on this board? Deanna?
I was going to say that's a great question. I don't know the answer offhand. I'd like to see if Manuel knows, and if not, then we'll just respond through the biweekly report.
Thank you. Manuel?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Hardy, member of the council, Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Yes, we actually do have a member on the board. Kevin Kolnowski, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Silicon Valley Power, has been on the board since 2016.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It was not in the report, and I wanted to make certain we were not voting ourselves off anything. With that answer, I cannot make a motion. Is there another council member willing to do so?
Motion to approve. Item
Second.
3B.
Councilmember Chahal makes a motion, and the second was, I'm sorry?
Davis.
Davis, thank you. Councilmember Davis. Any more discussion? Then we'll take a roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, thank you. Okay, that does cover everything. And that brings us up to item number 4. That is a public hearing. Action on a written petition submitted by Hansel Kim requesting changes to the zoning code for massage. And I don't know who the staff member is for this.
So for purposes of this item, the council will consider under its policy on Council Policy 030 on whether to add to a future agenda a discussion that Mr. Hansel Kim has submitted regarding the zoning code for massages. I don't know if Mr. Hansel Kim is present.
Yes,
and if
I
he
do
is,
have
he has an
confirmation.
Okay, if he is, he has an opportunity to express his request and the purpose of having it on the agenda, and then the council can deliberate on whether to add the item or not. This is not a policy discussion on the zoning code, but just whether to add it.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. This is a new one for me. And
no worries.
Mr. Kim, I understand you're on the line. You have an opportunity to address the council, please.
Yes, thank you for hearing me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you, council members, for hearing me. I submit this petition to address an issue with the zoning. Obviously, my main job is real estate. The cost of living here is, I know better than anyone else, is rising, and it's making it impossible for, Santa Clara natives to even live here anymore. I am kind of challenging this zoning issue because I have many, many colleagues who we graduated together in the massage therapy cohort from a program, and because of the certain zoning issues that are currently placed today, they're subject to work for large corporations that will pretty much take advantage of like very low wages. They're not really, they're not able to survive in this area. They're moving out of state, and their living wage is just way too small. And I just wanted to ask that the zoning could be changed and be put into a future agenda, because I believe that the stigma is what drives these kind of decisions to look at it black and white. And I feel that even all the crackdowns with obviously the zoning was placed because of good reasons to stop human trafficking after Super Bowl 50. However, I believe that although with good intentions, there's many rooms to make it better. For example, like the clinic that I plan to proceed with and help my friends with is to focus more on rehab instead of just relaxation or the stigma of just being a massage parlor, which a majority of the crackdowns for human trafficking, if not all the crackdowns for human trafficking, have been massage parlors, comprised of many people who are performing massage without a license and without any prior knowledge or education. I believe this is a good opportunity for the City Council to hold up their ethics to help small businesses, and we're not asking for handouts, but just more so to give us an opportunity to make a living wage and stay in this area. And I have the support of Beverly May.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, that was your opportunity to let us know what exactly, to convince us that this needs to be put on a subsequent agenda is what, we're not talking to the specific situation, but this is your opportunity to do that. Do I have questions from council members for Mr. Kim?
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not quite clear. I mean, I read that. So is the applicant basically stating that he thinks that, I kind of think that we kind of veered over a couple of different topic areas there in his presentation. So I'm not quite sure if his main point is he now thinks it's too difficult for people to start massage businesses. So as the people, because with his discussion about cost of living, which, we all share that concern, but is his point that it's now too costly or too limiting to start a massage business? I wasn't quite sure what the main intent was.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. Mr. Kim, if you could speak directly to that question, I had a similar concern.
Sure. Sorry, I wasn't sure of the purpose of it. Yeah, so pretty much it makes it impossible for us to even work. We can't work at home. And, the zoning restricts us to places where, one, we're not able to afford, and we're subject to large corporations. So the zoning makes it pretty much impossible for massage therapists who received an education to work.
So you're saying, so I thought you said you're a realtor. So you're speaking from the perspective that you are a massage therapist?
Well, I am also a licensed massage therapist.
Yeah, Mr. Kim, if you could make it really clear to us what your personal interest is, because that is not in the request.
Okay. I mean, I would like, for my personal interest as a massage therapist, I would hope that the zoning would be changed so it makes it easier for us to kind of start a business as well as work and make our own living.
And what specific change would you request considering the city's ordinance?
From what I believe of the ordinance, it only allows you to open up in very large areas like super malls. And I believe the purpose of that was to kind of get all eyes on massage practitioners so that no human trafficking could take place. So I think the change would just simply be to open up more areas for that, as long as we agree to maybe an open door policy, maybe through inspections or maybe reasonable fees, registrations, things like that. I'm not too familiar how the city carries it out. However, I do know that I spoke with Mayor Gilmore many times before, and she says a lot of the influence comes from the police department. So that's what I was hoping I could.
I have Councilmember Davis, please. You had a question?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I know we passed this ordinance and we just recently updated it because we were having a high incident of human trafficking going on. And I know that it did start around Super Bowl, but it continued on within our city. So I would rather have the either city attorney or the chief of police respond to it, because I personally would not want to re-agendize this because we just went through all of this with an update. So that's my concern.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Council, and we'd like to ask you that question, and we also have Police Chief Nikolai. Thank you.
Well,
online.
From the standpoint of what you're considering today, you can't hear me?
No.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Can you take off the
I can
mask?
hear you, Brian.
Okay. From the standpoint of what we're considering today, we really shouldn't get into the merits of, how expansive should massage parlors be in Santa Clara. We should really ask the question, do you want to, considering everything you have else that you have on future agendas, do you want to agendize this now or not?
Thank you, Council. With that said, would Chief Nikolai like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, if I could just briefly say, I know the regulations were just updated. They're very thorough, and just the thought of opening it up and putting the potential of massage parlors into residential areas, I think could be a problem, and I would recommend not doing anything like that.
Thank you. Appreciate that thought. Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I concur with what the chief just said. We went through a very comprehensive study on the issue of massage and where they're located. I mean, it wasn't just like over a 6-month period. I think it was an extensive period of time, and everything was taken into consideration before a plan was put together for this council to consider. And yes, it was because of concerns about human trafficking, and but at the same time, this was again a very comprehensive study that we weighed in on very seriously and over a lengthy period of time. And I would not want to see this opened again. I think, people that had issues came and spoke, and we heard all the pros and the cons. And in the end, it was ultimately in the best interest of the city to adopt the plan that the police department worked very hard putting together. So frankly, I would not want to see this reopened. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So I guess this question is for Chief Nikolai. So the gentleman, the applicant, raised the issue about, home services, and I don't know, perhaps this has always been illegal, but I have known of people who made appointments and had a licensed massage therapist come to their home. Is that not legitimate? Is that type of service where you make an appointment and somebody comes to your house to give you a massage? Is that not legal?
That's a very good question. That would be for council or for our chief of police. Brian, do you have a thought on that?
From a zoning standpoint, it's the business is taking place, and the person who's asking, it would be similar to a plumber coming to your house. It's the plumbing business is not at your house. The plumbing business is somewhere else. So I don't think that's necessarily illegal from a zoning standpoint. And then as long as a person has a license from a permit from the police to do that type of activity, and a massage license from the state, then it would be legal too. I don't know what the police permit about being a massage therapist says about where you can perform the massages, so maybe the chief can answer that question.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Brian. Police Chief Pat Nikolai, did you hear that comment, and do you have anything to add?
I did, and I would have to review the policy to see whether or not it was illegal or not. I mean, I think the intent is if you're a certified massage professional, you would be able to, go to someone's house to perform your services. And I think the bottom line is, the proposal, it might have the best interest, but unfortunately, if you opened it up, you could, again, open it up to the unsavory elements.
It's sounding like we may not be putting this on an agenda. I'm wondering if Mr. Kim would be able to contact Chief of Police Nikolai and make certain he was real clear on what is possible and not possible in Santa Clara. Would that be acceptable, Police Chief?
Oh, definitely. I'm always available.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I would like to open it back up to Mr. Kim if you had any other thoughts before we vote on a motion.
Yes. I understand the concerns of the council members, and I know that an extensive study was done. However, I think that the context of the study may be a little bit kind of out of place, just because, even the terminology that's thrown around, massage parlors, no one in my education bracket has ever referred to as parlors. And I believe it's quite unfair to not consider that, because we go through extensive study. We will go through 2 years of education. We learn about anatomy and physiology, which I'm just asking to protect the people who are a legitimate massage therapist who are certified by the state of California. These parlors, anyone who's gone through the education will not legitimize any of these parlors, because we know that, most of them aren't licensed, and that could be a broad statement. However, they may not go through the education. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I was seeking to help my colleagues form a business so that they can make a livable wage. But I also have many other licenses, like strength and conditioning, athletic training. However, I was told by, the city that if I was to touch someone, in the sense where it's like, what is considered massage? Anytime I put my hand on someone and do the massage motion, which is unfair because PTs will use it. We use it to free up tissue, and it's a part of our practice. It's not the main thing. I just want the education to be there, because I feel like there's a stigma towards it that makes the study in itself biased, because it's something you're looking for. I understand that the purpose of it is good. I'm against human trafficking. I've supported many nonprofits and still am. But I do believe that this zoning could be better. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Because of those comments, I do have 2 other council members who would like to speak. Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, that's from before. I'm sorry. Let me take my hand down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember O'Neill, then you had another comment?
Okay, so my suggestion would just be that perhaps rather than the council committing to having a full-blown discussion on this, that perhaps we ask Mr. Kim to talk to Chief Nikolai, because like I said, I'm not sure that, and I know just some of the concerns that I hear from residents about home-based businesses, that, to go down the path of letting somebody, we'll avoid the use of that word parlor, because I realize that it has a connotation, a massage business operating out of their home, with what that might imply, perhaps if those same therapists, if they could, if they want to make appointments to visit clients in the client's home, perhaps that would achieve the same objective. But so my request would be that we ask Chief Nikolai to have a discussion with our applicant today, and then if the chief wants to, send us if he feels that there needs to be that a change is necessitated, that I would certainly then consider that.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. I do have a member from the public who would like to speak. That's Beverly May. Beverly, do we have you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to speak pretty quickly. Hello, my name is Beverly May, Director of Governmental Affairs and Human Trafficking with the California Massage Therapy Council. I'm here to speak in support of Mr. Kim's request for a change to the massage zoning. The current zoning is prohibitive to most small massage practices. High fees, restricted zoning, conditional use permits impact the legitimate profession most of all, especially independent practitioners. For a multitude of reasons, illicit massage businesses had proliferated in the past several decades. While the Massage Therapy Act was revised in 2015 to clarify local control over land use, the legislature did instruct local governments to impose and enforce only reasonable and necessary fees and regulations, being mindful of the need to protect legitimate business owners and professionals. Since 2015, CAMTC has formed strategic partnerships with California police chiefs and California Code Enforcement Officers Associations. This past March, CAMTC signed an MOU with DA Jeff Rosen to jointly fight sex and labor trafficking under the guise of massage. I'm active in many human trafficking task forces, including in Santa Clara. CAMTC has observed and helped create effective means of preventing and closing illicit establishments while supporting the therapeutic ones that serve our communities. Although I was engaged with the city on the recent ordinance, it did not include land use. I'm available to help you consider amending the zoning code. And I just want to say really quickly, home appointments are not the answer. That's a whole different venue that makes it very tough on the profession. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Appreciate that. I do not see any hands. Do I have a motion from the council? The action before us is a written petition asking for the massage changes to the zoning ordinance for massage. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At this juncture, we have a COVID going on right now, and I know that our plate is very full. I agree with Councilmember O'Neill that Mr. Kim should have a sit down with our chief of police and see if they can hammer out exactly what the act is and what that would look like. And then maybe in the future, when we have some free or a little bit less time imposed on our agendas right now, that we could readdress this. But the timing is kind of odd right now, only because we just updated the zoning. We just went through this whole thing. Councilmember Watanabe, I mean, I remember sitting through this, and she's also on the human trafficking task force for the county. So I know that we really delve into it. We did the dive, but at this point in time, I would rather have the conversation go between the chief and Mr. Kim and see where we can work it out. I just don't see us working on this right now. I mean, with this COVID right now, our staff is jammed. And if anybody looks at our council agendas for today and tomorrow, they'll understand that the timing is just a little off kilter. So I would rather have them have a conversation, Vice Mayor. So I would like to make a motion not to put it on the agenda, but to have them have a offline conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Did we catch that? We're not certain who the second was. Was that Councilmember O'Neill or Councilmember Watanabe?
Go ahead and let Kathy be the second.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe for the second. So the motion on the floor is to not put this on agenda, but to make a suggestion that Mr. Kim work with our chief of police. Do I have any more comments on the motion? If not, then I will call for a vote.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Okay, and then Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate our chief of police willing to work with our residents and our businesses. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to item 5, an action on a written petition submitted by Joseph Ducato requesting changes to the city code chapter on sewers.
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
this is the same process. On the council will deliberate as to whether to add the item to a future agenda. In this case, Mr. Ducato is not present, but he has prepared a written statement that the assistant city clerk is able to read.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to ask for Mr. Ducato, so that's perfect.
I will read his comment.
Okay.
Thank you for your email of July 10th, 2020. I would like to add a comment to my request. My concern is that the city has allowed our sewer ordinance to be modified in such a manner as to place excessive burden on some citizens. If this issue is placed on a council meeting agenda, I will request that staff be asked to produce a report on the condition of all lower sewer laterals that connect private residential sewers to our city mains, including the service records. This information will be needed for an in-depth discussion of the issue. End of comment.
Thank you. I've also been handed an addendum to this. Is it the same one? Okay. All right. Council members, you heard the request. You've read the, do I have any questions or comments to the request?
I'd like to ask, Vice
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to ask our Director of Water and Sewer, Gary Welling.
Yes, that's a good thought.
Just to respond into the complexity of the request that is being made.
That's a good thought. Thank you so much. City Manager, do we have him on the line here?
Hi, Gary Welling.
Thank you, Gary.
Afternoon.
Go ahead.
City Manager. Yes. So right now we have a pretty robust ordinance where the sewer laterals are owned and maintained by the homeowner, but we do have a very high customer service response to homeowners that do have backups. We do install the laterals for time and materials, but we do a lot of maintenance. We do CCTV, all of that free of charge, responding on evenings, weekends, what have you. In this particular instance, Mr. Ducato has a homeowner next to him who's renting a property, and they've had a number of backups. We have been out, we have cleaned that sewer lateral, and we're following up with the homeowner to ensure that they either line that lateral or make any necessary repairs. But as far as the report on sewer laterals go, we don't own the sewer laterals. We currently have 300 miles of sanitary sewer, which we are legally responsible for from a regulatory standpoint and a public health standpoint. Those 300 miles are what we currently complete maintenance and replacement on, and those are our primary focus. It's also the requirement of our sanitary sewer management plan, which was recently approved by council. The Regional Water Quality Control Board issues us what's called an NPDES permit. And that NPDES permit includes our sewer collection system, 300 miles, and that's our primary focus and the regulatory requirement. In addition to that, we do focus on the sewer laterals as a customer service response. But I will say, to go out and have a report of all the sewer laterals, we're talking 50 to 70 miles of sewer laterals that would require, it would be very expensive. We wouldn't be able to do it with existing staff. We would have to hire a consultant. And then all of the sewer laterals in the city would have to be CCTV. But that would take a considerable amount of time and money, and it's a non-budgeted item. I just wanted to give that background.
Thank you, Mr. Welling. I have Councilmember Chahal. Do you have a question for Mr. Welling, or do you have a comment?
I have a comment, Vice Mayor. Thank you. So I happened to talk to Mr. Ducato regarding this one, and I think what he expressed to me, unfortunately he's not on the line, but what he expressed to me is he's looking at the data, how many calls have been made to the city for the service calls for the lower lateral. So, and in the past, and how many lower laterals has been repaired by the residents in the past. So that's what his question was to me verbally. So I'm not sure whether we can, I don't think he was asking for inspection of the lower laterals, but he was asking for how many service calls we did to the lower laterals and how many lower laterals in the city has been repaired by the residents in the past year, 2 years. He didn't define the term, but that's what he was asking for.
So,
Yeah, this
thank
is Gary.
you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Davis, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say this is another one that I really do not want to agendize because once again, the lateral is the responsibility of the homeowner. That's part of being a homeowner. And we cannot take care of everyone in the city's laterals. It will cost the city thousands of dollars. And unfortunately, I think what's happened is the owner has not taken responsibility. I don't know the man. I know that the applicant is upset because it is interfering with his property. But again, it's not Mr. Ducat's issue. He's upset about it, but it is on the bearer of the homeowner themselves. And I know when I spoke with Gary Welling about this, he told me that they were double checking again today, that it happens. They go out, they talk to the person, but it's not our responsibility to keep taking care of this. It's the homeowners. And I know that if our staff continues working with the homeowner, we should have some resolution. So I'm very apprehensive about putting this on an agenda because I think that our staff is working with the homeowner and is going to hopefully resolve the problem. But once again, I don't want to have the city responsible for these laterals because it will cost us way too much money. And I just don't think it should be up for discussion with the council. I think that staff can remedy this.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you. So first of all, we have a little bit of confusion. Councilmember Chahal had a different understanding from the applicant from his discussion as to what the written statement. I think that the two aren't jiving. So I can see that they're, I'm not even sure if the city has records of all the residents who have paid, had to have work on their sewers, because, I think as we've discussed before, all of our homes, the vast majority of homes in Santa Clara are getting to the age where we're all starting to encounter where we have to have major plumbing work done. And I've given the example that I know that one of my neighbors went through this and he did pay, it was at his expense to repair the lateral down to the main. At this point, I don't feel comfortable approving this because, like I said, we have a disconnect as to exactly what it is he's looking for. So I don't feel like I can approve that, or to suggest putting it on the agenda with, not having more clarity about what it is exactly that he's requesting. So I will make a motion to deny the request and suggest that the applicant, if he still wants to pursue this, that if he can more specifically state what it is he wants to do.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember O'Neill, a second from Councilmember Davis. I have Councilmember Watanabe and then Councilmember Chahal have raised their hand. Go ahead, please, Councilmember Watanabe.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I would I concur with the fact that I don't believe that this should be agendized. Listening to the statements and comments, and then the report of our water director, Gary Welling. I mean, it sounds like it's an issue between neighbors, and it's being addressed by the city, and they're working to resolve it, which is very important. And it doesn't sound like it's been neglected. So I mean, unless like Councilmember O'Neill just said, if there's something that in addition that we need to know, I agree that this should. I don't agree that this should be agendized. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chahal. Your hand is
Thank
raised.
you, Vice Mayor. Yep. So I concur with Councilmember O'Neill, because the statement mentions that he wanted to change the ordinance, and to me, verbally, he mentioned different. So I would also suggest let's get more information from the resident, and the staff can gather more information, and we can do the needful after that.
Thank you. Okay, I have a motion. Do I have any more discussion on this motion? And the motion is to not put this petition, to not put it on a later agenda. I'll have a roll call, please.
Sure. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes. Okay, so that motion passes, and that is to not agendize this item later on. Thank you. Okay. And we will be contacting, Mr. Dakota will know of that. He'll be contacted. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on to item number 6. And I may have a question because we have 2 parts to item number 6. Are these to be handled separately?
They're going to.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
I will provide some context. First, I want to introduce Casey Elliott of Townsend Public Affairs. As you recall, we had been speaking with the council over the past year of putting in place a legislative advocacy consultant to keep Santa Clara apprised of all the happenings at the state level as well as the federal level. And council awarded a contract, and they were at our January session. Since then, Townsend has been very active in helping us stay apprised of not only activities with our council legislative priorities that the council has adopted, but also on most recently the COVID-related legislation, as well as state budget impacts and federal issues. So for purposes of today, Casey's going to present item 6B first to provide a legislative update, and then there is a request to receive council input on AB 398, which is being brought forward by Assemblymember Kansan Chu. And I suggest we take separate action because item 6A is very specific in terms of the action that it requests. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Casey. And Christine is doing the PowerPoint, I understand, for
Thank
today.
you.
So
we hope that can be brought up on the screen.
There it is.
Good afternoon. This is Casey Elliott with Townsend Public Affairs. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, if we want to go ahead in the PowerPoint, really wanted to provide first off an overview of the status of where the state legislature is. I should note that things right off the bat are very fluid here, and since the PowerPoint presentation was put together, there's been modifications in the legislative schedule. Right now, the Senate and Assembly they were scheduled to return from summer recess today. However, unfortunately, 2 members of the California State Assembly have been tested positive for COVID-19. So both the Assembly and Senate have decided to extend their summer recess for 2 more weeks till July 27th in order to allow for a thorough cleaning of the state capitol and preparation just to ensure that obviously public health is maintained. So, so this slide is, this is how things were supposed to be, but unfortunately we're gonna have to be a little nimble up here in Sacramento. I guess I'll start maybe at the end of this slide. August 31st is the state constitutional deadline for the regular session to adjourn. So the legislature will be adjourning the regular session at the end of August, as is indicated on the slide. So really what's going to happen is now the state's going to only have about 5 weeks to process all the outstanding legislation that still remains. And as of today, that's about 500 assembly bills are currently in the Senate, and 200 Senate bills are currently in the Assembly. So likely going to be some additional prioritization required. Obviously, the extended summer recess plus the earlier break that was taken this year has really compacted the legislative calendar, but that's the mode that we're operating in. I should note the legislature and the governor do have some other options at their disposal, including special sessions, extraordinary sessions of the legislature, where if they needed to go past August 31st to deal with specific issues such as the state budget or COVID response, they do have a mechanism by which they can adopt policy. Christine, if you mind going to the next slide, please. Prior to the adjournment of the legislature on their summer recess, the main item that they were dealing with was the state budget. Just really briefly provide an overview. The budget was ultimately enacted by the legislature and signed into the governor at the end of June. It addresses what was then a current year and now a budget year deficit of $54 billion. Does that through a combination of cuts, funding deferrals, temporary increases, reliance on additional federal funding being made available by Washington. So ultimately, the package did come through, and as is required, the budget did balance. So I think it's anticipated by most folks that the state will likely need to revisit this budget, given that it was approved prior to, most notably, the state income taxes being due to the state. So quite possible that we'll be revisiting this budget deal, but for now, this is what's in place. Two items that I wanted to bring attention to within the budget. The first is the CARES Act funding that was contained within the budget. You may recall the state received a portion of CARES Act funding from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which totaled about $9.5 billion. There was funding within the budget, $500 million for cities, and then another $1.3 billion for counties to disperse that funding down so that cities and counties could help address direct expenses incurred in response to the coronavirus pandemic. The city share of that funding based on population is approximately $1.57 million. Finance has started the process of reaching out to cities requesting certifications, and we'll start cutting checks hopefully here in the next 2 weeks. Hopefully by the end of the month, you'll receive your first portion of that funding, and then likely additional funding coming in August and September to round out your full allocation. As a quick reminder, from the federal level, that funding has to be spent by the end of this calendar year, but it can be used for expenses incurred as early as March of this year. So, so that's good, but there is a little urgency in getting that and getting it spent. The other issue that I wanted to briefly mention, which was proposed as part of originally as part of the governor's May revise, which was included in a modified form within the approved budget, is dealing with excess ERAF, which is a really complicated way of saying property taxes for schools. There has been ongoing questions at the state level as to how that's calculated, how that should be distributed. In the governor's May revise, he had included provisions that would have clawed back 2 years worth of excess ERAF that was distributed to counties, cities, and special districts, as well as imposed civil penalties and interest on that funding, which would have affected about 5 or 6 counties, primarily in the Bay Area. In the final budget, that May revise proposal was modified so that it does not include a 2-year clawback, but it does require the controller to provide guidance on how those calculations should be done. The calculations can apply to last budget year. So depending upon what those calculations are and how they're determined, it could go back 1 year, but it cannot go back 2. And also they remove the civil penalties and interest. So if it's determined that calculations were incorrectly done, the amount of funding that would need to revert back to the state is significantly less than in the original proposal. Moving forward, did want to touch on a couple of topics that anticipate coming up in the remaining weeks of session. I've listed a number of bills here, which I don't plan to go through all of them in detail, but did kind of want to give you a flavor of what's out there. I think one of the more notable areas is COVID-19 related legislation. Obviously, there's a lot going on in DC, and we anticipate debate around a phase 4 stimulus bill, likely in the coming weeks here before the end of July and into the beginning of August. But also at the state level, there are still some items that are being considered within the state legislature. AB 398 we will get to in just a moment, but just as an example of a couple of other bills dealing with workmen's compensation, how that's factored, what presumptions are going to be made. There's a couple of bills that are still outstanding in the legislature that have different levels of presumptions with those measures. And then also SB 1410 highlighted briefly, which does relate to evictions and tenant protections. Obviously, eviction ordinances have been a source of a couple of governor's executive orders so far. 1410 and there's a couple of other bills would try to codify certain provisions. Broadly speaking, they are aimed at preventing evictions from folks that are economically impacted or otherwise by the COVID-19. Most of the proposals extend 30, 60 to 90 days after the COVID state of emergency. So those types of measures are out there. Next slide is probably one of the bigger areas that is going to need to be reconciled here in the final 5 weeks of session, that being housing legislation. I've included bills. There's 2 major efforts. The Senate Democrats housing package is a package of 6 measures which were introduced after SB 50 failed to move forward at the end of January. These bills, when taken together, touch on a number of different areas within housing development, all intended in some way or another to increase production, but touch on a number of areas, including CEQA, including density bonuses, trying to facilitate more creation of housing off existing commercial sites. And then SB 1120 would allow ministerial lot splits and duplexes under certain conditions. So a lot within the Senate package. Most up here in Sacramento view the Senate package as kind of leading the conversation. That said, there still are a couple of assembly bills that we're closely monitoring. 2 of them, 725 and 1279, are holdovers from bills that were introduced last year. 1279 definitely has more of an SB 50 feel to it, which would allow certain developments and height and density requirements in areas that are determined to be high resource areas. Obviously, earlier this year, the Senate rejected that model in SB 50. However, this bill has been active. It is eligible for consideration, so definitely want to make sure that people are aware that that is out there. And then just one item, which I believe we spoke about earlier in January, which we had anticipated coming up, but will now not be taken up this year, is the topic of mitigation fees. In January and February, there were a number of bills introduced that would have considered mitigation fees and how they were determined, how they were imposed, given everything that's been going on with the COVID pandemic and the impact on local government revenues. The authors that were pursuing those bills decided that that was not in the best interest to move forward this year. Moving forward, another item that will be discussed here at the end of session, I've kind of included into a broad public safety category, though it probably should more specifically be into two different items, one dealing with wildfires, PSPS events. We did see some activity on bills related specifically to PG&E at the end of June. There's still a number of bills out there that would implement new, whether it's funding mechanisms or ways to mitigate the local, both through government and personal impacts from PSPS events and help better planning for wildfire preparedness. So there's a couple of bills like on those topics that may be considered. And then the last three bullets I would kind of broadly lump into the social equity and justice legislation that we're seeing introduced really starting in mid-June in light of the death of George Floyd. A couple of these bills, 1185 and 1196, have already been introduced. A couple more bills, which including potential permitting of decertification of police officers that have been involved in specific complaints or had actions levied against them or were found guilty of certain crimes, would be out there. So that piece is really still kind of in flux, just given the timing of the legislature's summer recess versus when a lot of these topics started moving to kind of more at the forefront. So definitely anticipate a handful of bills to be dealt with in August as it relates to social equity and justice. And then the last area that I wanted to highlight was just on water and sustainability. There are a couple of bills hanging out there that I know are in line with the city's LAPs and have had interest expressed. AB 1672, which deals with flushable wipes, is a bill that's held over from last year. Probably, I don't know if it would have moved on its own, but honestly, with everyone, people working from home, there being a lot more activity and a lot more pressure on the wastewater systems, this bill has gotten some renewed attention, so it is eligible for consideration here in August. I would note that on the third bullet, the natural resources bond, there were two vehicles, and originally in January, the governor had proposed a natural resources bond as well. The time has passed to place anything on the November 2020 ballot, so voters will not have an opportunity to consider a natural resources bond this November. However, there's still lots of conversations occurring within the Capitol. Given the pressures on the calendar, I don't know that they're going to reach a bond agreement for 2022, but I do anticipate if we don't get something done in August, that when the legislature returns in January, there'll be efforts to formulate a natural resources bond for the 2022 ballot. And then lastly, the bill we have here is just as it relates to Proposition 218. It would modify the statutes implementing Prop 218 to clarify that fire hydrants are part of water service, so that issues related to fire hydrants could be funded through the 218 process. And with that, I've provided a lot of information on a lot of bills, so I'll just see if there's any questions on any of those measures.
Thank you so much, Mr. Elliott. I have a few questions. I don't see any hands yet from council members, so I'll ask my questions and see if that prompts a few. You talked about the 1.7 million that we will be allocated and that it must be spent by the end of this calendar year. It's specifically for COVID. How tightly was that written? How limiting is that on us on some of our expenses and costs that we've had?
Sure. Yeah, and that funding is a pass-through. So all of the guidance and rules around that was either in federal legislation or has been imposed by the U.S. Department of Treasury. The actual language within the CARES Act was pretty broad. Essentially, it was your response to CARES Act and things that were not included as part of your 1920 budget. So that's where you see those extra revenue losses, basically where that's at. But otherwise,
I'm sorry, Mr. Elliott, just a minute. If you can hang on, all of a sudden you got very garbled, and we're not quite certain why. Did something change with your microphone?
Sorry, but I will.
There, that sounds better. I don't know what happened. Please continue. Thank you.
I think there is one attitude at the federal level that you can't mine the power for revenue loss. So it can't be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Elliott. Once again, we're not able to understand you. All of a sudden, it's become garbled again. Did you change something on your microphone or on your settings?
No, I haven't. Sorry. Is this any better?
Our IT people are also scratching their head over this. Is it too close? I don't know. All of a sudden, it became very difficult to understand you, and this is very important to us. Do you want to try again?
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I may be able to respond to the question while Casey waits for the technical support to figure that out. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the $1.6 million that will be coming over the next couple of months, its eligibility for expenditures is rather broad, and given that we have already spent over that amount, likely, we'll be able to reimburse the general fund, as well as the council can determine whether it wants to use the funds. If it doesn't want to reimburse the general fund, whether it wants to use and investing more in services that are COVID related. And so there's we've talked about bringing forward a budget action so that I think it's on tomorrow's agenda, in fact, and there can be a later policy discussion in terms of how the city would like to use those dollars.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager. Mr. Elliott, we're going to try again. You mentioned SB 50, which as local governments we've been very concerned about. It sounds like SB 50 has been stopped, but you alluded to another possible bill that might be of similar concerns. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes. Hopefully my audio is a little better now. AB 1279 by Assemblymember Bloom is the other measure that I was referring to. It would allow HCD, similarly to SB 50, to designate high resource areas within the state. And then within those high resource areas, there would be certain height limits, density requirements, by right developments. So that's the measure. It moved last year in early May, so it hasn't moved in about a year, but about 6 weeks ago or so, it landed again, pinged it back on the radar. So unclear if it's going to move, but definitely something we're paying very close attention to. And unclear how the Senate will react, simply because they did reject SB 50 earlier this year, and it's 1279 is predicated on the same structure.
Thank you. I have a couple of council members. Also, of very large importance to us is AB 3005 over Anderson Dam. So it looks like that is something that would allow or help that water source to be brought up to standards. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And that bill is still moving forward and is eligible for consideration here in the final month.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, you have some questions for Mr. Elliott, please?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So, City Manager Santana, the 1.57 million, you said, because I was going to ask that same question, you said that we could reimburse the general fund or we could reinvest it. And if COVID, my thinking on that one is that if COVID continues the way it's going, then I would rather reinvest it into the quality of life and the programs that are already set in place. That would be probably the best thing, that 1.57. I mean, if you said we already pretty much spent that, we might as well just give it back to the community. For Mr. Elliott, SB 398 required a head tax of our industries, our tech companies, to pay for what we need. But the head tax is a very uncharted water, and it seems that there are a lot of other bills and Senate bills and ABs are looking, especially ABAG and MTC, are looking to use that head tax to take care of a few other Senate bills. So I was wondering if you had any more clarification on the SB 398.
Councilmember Davis, I'm going to ask you to just hang on to that because that is 6A. If you can hang on to that thought, is that okay? Because we are just looking at the overall report for 6B because the only action here is a note and file. Could you, is that all right? If you can hang on to that thought? Because that is specific to 6A. Is that all right?
Okay.
Before I have
All
an
right.
answer.
Then,
it is hanging out there,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Then you did speak to SB 50, which was shot down, Scott Wiener's bill. But AB 1279, I thought that, I don't know if the city manager can answer this, but I thought we were not supporting that at all. Is that true, Mr. Elliott?
Mr. Elliott, did you hear that question?
Yes, yeah, the city does not, that I'm aware, have a position on 1279. So yeah, no, not trying to indicate any support or opposition, just noting that it's out there and it is eligible to be considered.
Okay. And then the Anderson Dam bill, from what I understand, the bill came out, but it came down from the federal government that they were told to retrofit Anderson Dam because it could potentially wipe out the city of Morgan Hill. So that when Chu came out with this bill, I'm sorry, I don't think it was Chu, came out with this bill, I thought that should have been a top priority to get Anderson Dam finished. I know there were other things that Valley Water wanted to do within their CIP budget, but Anderson Dam was at the top of the list from the federal government, from what I understand, and they needed to have like another $345 million to support that project. So bottom line, I don't know. So you are giving us a note and file. You are not the advocacy for us for LAC?
On SB, excuse me, as it's related to AB 3005, yes.
That's the one I was talking about, AB 3005, yes.
Yeah, the city did submit a support position on that, which we have expressed and worked on that. That is trying to get a efficient, safe selection of the contractor, which would enable quicker construction. So, so that bill is trying to aim at getting those repairs done in a more expedited manner and modifying some contracting requirements around that, so that would speed up the construction.
Okay, that's a good deal because I know that needs to be done like now or yesterday. So those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Hang on to that other thought that will come up on 6A. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Casey, for the report. And I know there are so many bills on this one, and it's always good to get some insight with the summary of those. And thank you very much for that. I do have a question regarding SB 1410. If I understand, SB 1410 has two parts to it. One is regarding the rent increase part, and the second is the COVID-related part, which basically defines past due rent, how to handle the past due rent. Can you elaborate on those two parts, please?
Mr. Elliott, did you hear the question about SB 1410?
I did. Sorry, I was on mute there.
That's okay.
Yeah, the 1410 essentially comes out of the Senate Democrats wanting to put together a budget proposal. So it creates a voluntary agreement that tenants and owners can enter into, which would allow for tenants to have rent forgiven, and in exchange, the state would essentially provide taxable credits to the owner that agrees to forgive that rent. The taxable credits could then be used over a series of years either as the tax credits by the owner, or they could actually be transferred to create some immediate cash value for the owners as well. As I mentioned, it does require a voluntary agreement of both the owner and the tenant, so it's not something that's being imposed upon a property owner. It would be something that they would agree to participate in. And then, yes, and then it has all of kind of the provisions related to how those tax credits could be used should a owner of a building choose to avail themselves of the program.
Okay, so if I understand right, once the tenant and the landlord has an agreement and that 5% rate increase plus cost of living less than 10% increase in the rent becomes a part of that agreement, basically. Is that right? Or it doesn't apply blanket on all the landlords? The rent increase.
Yeah, correct. It would just apply to those that agree to participate within the program on essentially keeping the rent relatively stable for a defined period of time. Obviously, apartment owners that choose not to would still be bound by the rules of AB 1482 that was passed last year relating to rent caps, if that particular bill applies to the properties.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, I don't see any other specific hands from council. I want to say I really, truly appreciate this report to keep us up to date on what's going on in Sacramento and how that affects us here in Santa Clara. If I don't have any other questions, the suggestion here is to note and file. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Was that Councilmember Davis? And second
O'Neill.
from
O'Neill. Yeah.
O'Neill from, excellent. Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion to note and file the report?
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you.
That has passed unanimously. Excellent. We are going to go back just a little bit. There is a presentation, my understanding is, from Mr. Elliott on 6A on a request for action for support of a letter of support for AB 398 put forth by Representative Councilman Chu. We'll wait for that to come up. And can we have it up here also? Thank you so much. Mr. Elliott, if you could go forward with that.
Thank you. Yeah, as is indicated on the slide, Assemblymember Kansan Chu's office, they amended Assembly Bill 398 in mid-June, about a month ago, to include the provisions that are in it right now, which would provide relief funding for states, both counties and school districts. They've also reached out requesting a letter of support from the city, which is why we wanted to bring it to council's attention. The bill itself, as is indicated on this slide, would impose a $275 per employee head tax on large businesses for a 5-year period. The bill, as it's currently written, would provide would define those businesses essentially as a for-profit entity that has 500 more employees that perform their duties within the state of California. If we move over to the next slide, the bill would propose to distribute the funds based on where those employers are located. Within the current version of the bill, the funding would be 20% of the funds would go to the county in which those employees are located. 30% would go to the cities in which the employees are located, and then half the funding would go to the school district in the county where the employees are located. Additionally, the state controller would be allowed to use up to 5% for administration of the program. As we move over here, as for the considerations, as we've already mentioned, AB does align with the city's LAP as it relates to providing financial assistance for local governments. to deal with COVID. Working with staff based on the city records, there are approximately 43 businesses that self-reported employing more than 500 people within Santa Clara. And then if the bill was passed in its current form, that would generate an estimated approximately $7.7 million for the city. I would kind of wanted to provide a dollar figure for reference. However, I would note that that's kind of based on some very rough numbers. So I would just kind of note that that might be a ballpark, but may not necessarily include employees for businesses that are located in Santa Clara but are headquartered elsewhere. If there's businesses within Santa Clara that have indicated they have over 500 people, but they aren't all physically located within the city, that would change. So a lot of different things would go into the factoring of what revenue would ultimately come to the city, but did at least want to provide you with a ballpark so you could understand the level of the funding that we're talking about. On the next slide, other considerations for a bill like this, I mean, obviously the COVID pandemic has financially impacted individuals, government entities, businesses, as we saw again today. For those of you who may have seen the governor's announcement earlier today, we're reclosing down more sectors in large portions of the state. So obviously these are ongoing challenges. Imposing additional taxes on large businesses may have implications. As was mentioned earlier before, there's other areas, there's other entities that are looking at head taxes for items such as affordable housing, as was authorized by the Chew bill from last year. That's one tactic that can be used in the Bay Area to generate some funding for housing. I would also note that this bill, while it was introduced in June, mid-June, it has not yet been considered by any policy committee. So we haven't really had any type of formal review on it. So as such, the language is subject to really infinite revision at this point. Really, any aspect of the bill could be considered and amended by either the author or requested by a committee going forward. So on the next slide, as again, the Assembly Member's Office has requested that the city consider sending a letter of support for this legislation. A draft letter has been prepared. And then obviously, just given some of the complexities and considerations, wanted to make sure the council was provided an opportunity to consider the measure. And then on slide 17, we have some options. There's no recommendation from staff at this point, but these are some of the options that you can do. Obviously, a letter of support. Don't do a letter of support. We could hold off and see if there's any amendments to the bill when the legislature returns. Really just kind of whatever the will of the council is. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I'm going to start with Councilmember Davis, who started to speak to this before. Please go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Elliott, my headache with this bill is the fact that it's 5 years and $275 per employee. Yes, we do have some large corporate headquarters here in the city of Santa Clara, but to impose a tax on our employees, I have a real problem with that, only because they would get under the 500 limit if they had to, these tech companies, because right now it's hard for them to support what they have. They're working from home, they're Zooming in. Some of the businesses are going back to work, and we're still in this COVID world. But what is for a tech company to say, okay, well, if it's 500, then I'm going to wipe out a bunch of employees so I don't have to pay the head tax. So that's a very risky thing to me personally. I just think it's just bad, especially right now. The other thing is the flexibility within writing a bill. And you said right here, I can take no action or support it, but I still think the way it is drafted now, that there are too many holes in this and too many ways of us not even, I don't think it's going to help. I disagree with this bill. I like Hanson Chu, but I think this needs to go back to the author, and they need to rethink this, because the South Bay is very heavy with tech companies, and most of the other 9 Bay Area counties look at us as causing the problems for a lot of different things. But that's being said with they want us to use tech companies to pay for other, like I said, other bills, other things that are coming down through lack. So my concern is that it seems that there's a lot of people out there thinking that the tech companies is the reason that they should be paying for all of our woes. So I have some grave concerns on this one. I don't think it's fair. And I just think that there's a way that it's just not going to pass, not the way it's written. And so I'm totally against it. I mean, I don't know what my other council members think, but I would definitely take no action on the support letter until the rest of the council deliberates on this, and then other people can say what they want to say, but those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I commend Assemblymember Chu for trying to be creative and trying to help the local communities here in Santa Clara County and throughout the state, and how he's dividing the funds up between particularly for the school districts and the cities, and then the counties also. But I look at the list, and sometimes I have concerns, because I know if this is probably the 5, and maybe the city manager can comment on this, like the list is put together, if that's from the business license, which is kind of a self-reporting thing. I don't know how accurate that is, because I see a couple of companies on this list that I know have done some pretty serious layoffs in the last couple of years, and I would be surprised if they actually have 500 employees left. And so I don't know, do we know how that 500 employee count is going to get verified? And then, I mean, there could be others that are bigger. So that's one of my concerns about how do we verify the numbers. Because one of the things I'm surprised, 500 employees at Lexus of Stevens Creek, that kind of surprises me. And then I also feel like it's a flat across the board thing. And I look at the difference between what, say, an Amazon.com services, what they may be making per employee, or an Apple, compared to, like I see on the list, Home Care Professionals. That's probably a company that's placing home health workers, which is probably, I mean, there's not the same kind of revenues there. Or I see our own Levy at Levi Stadium. They've been, like I said, I don't even know if they've got hardly anybody working except for the people that were making lunches and stuff for us. And I see Kaiser Permanente Medical Group. I mean, and once again, it's a very big entity, but it is a nonprofit. And you have doctors, but you also have people who are, I mean, I assume, I'm not sure the exact divide, but it could also include, people who are housekeepers or whatever. So my point isn't so much, I mean, obviously the employee themselves isn't paying it, but I'm just a little worried that perhaps an across the board application might, for similar reasons to what Councilmember Davis mentioned, but just if they want to keep their employees, whether they've got, these companies aren't all the same, like a KPMG, their margins, or an Intuitive Surgical. Like I said, I just think the margins are probably very different. And so the tax could have very different impacts. But again, I applaud the assembly member for trying to think of something. So I guess maybe I just need more information on how this would actually play out.
Councilmember O'Neill, I just want to answer partially with the information that I'm aware of. Is this the information that's provided in the packet is just part of our resources which is primarily based on business license, as we don't have the capability to get employee counts for each of the businesses. So we just wanted to provide some context and obviously get a reaction from council as to the applicability of the legislation. Since it's the state that is going to be doing the taxing, the state would need to work with the businesses and provide instructions in terms of reporting and the number of dollars that are due. So we would just be in receipt of whatever proceeds come from that process.
Okay,
But
so
we don't have a mechanism to provide an actual report of the impacted businesses and the extent of which at the local level they would be impacted.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I mean, I thought, that we're, I just, so I don't know what means the state would use to try to verify how many employees are at each location. But I get what you're saying, because I know that, I've heard, some accounts of how accurate the numbers are that are in our business license system. And I don't think, that's not a problem we can solve right away. So, but thank you for those comments.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, and thank you, City Manager, for answering that question. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Casey, I do have a first clarification question. The revenue of $7.7 million is the total revenue as per the total, not our share, but the total revenue as per the $275 per employee for companies which have more than 500 employees, right?
So I think that question is for Mr. Elliott. Was that number a total for 5 years or per year?
No. Total for 1 year, but for total, is it city share of 30% or is it 100% collection per year?
Well, Councilmember Chahal, realize this is just an estimate. Mr. Elliott, do you want to answer that?
Yes, my recollection on conversations with staff is that number would be the total annual headcount collected. So that would represent approximately 28,000 employees.
Yes.
That'd be the head tax on approximately 28,000 employees.
Okay, thank you. I thought so. I know so many of the neighboring cities have put head tax, employee tax on the bigger corporations, and I'm for that. But on this particular bill, I have some reservations. Like first thing is the school funding is coming. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Casey. The school funding mostly comes from the property taxes, right?
Correct. Yes.
And so the school funding is not that much impacted as the city fundings are being impacted because of the COVID, because property taxes have not gone down. So that's not impacted that much. Is that right?
Not currently, correct. Yeah, I think most anticipate the property taxes changes would be reflected later. So yeah, not right now.
Not right now. Okay. So that's one reason I not in support of that, but I do think that bigger corporations like in other cities like Palo Alto, I think Mountain View, they are paying, cities have come up their own taxes on the employer head tax for the bigger corporations. And I'm for that, but I'm not for this bill as much. I don't know. I think Assemblymember Kansan-Chu's intentions are to get some funds. But the way it is right now, that city will only get 30% from our own bigger employees. I don't agree with that. So I will not be in support of sending a support letter from this one as is. That's my position.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I was turned on there. And thank you, Mr. Casey, for the presentation. I think everybody else has expressed, we all, I think we all support Kansan-Chu. We've all been supporters of him in the past, and he's done good things for the city of Santa Clara. However, in this case, I realize everybody's thinking outside the box and trying to do the right thing, and that's commendable. But in this case, I have to agree with my colleagues that as much as this is an attempt to reduce funding, or what's happened is that funding has been reduced for schools and local government, and we're trying to create another way to generate revenue that in the long run, such a policy could hurt California businesses and employees and consumers by disincentivizing the hiring of more employees and providing higher wages and growing business in state. I would have to think that if you're looking at a business that has 500 employees or more, that they're in a position right now where they need to invest in PPE for their employees, and before they can go back to work, and and that's going to have a serious impact on their bottom line. They're going to have to put that money out, and frankly, I could see $275 being spent on each employee to cover the cost of PPE equipment. As an example, my former employer, a law firm in Palo Alto, I reached out to them the other day to just see how they were doing, and they're putting plans in place, like with all kinds of contactless interactions, and expending a lot of money just for the protection of their employees before they come back next month. And so I would imagine, I mean, based on what I heard, there's a lot of money being that could be spent, you know, to ensure the safety of employees coming back after COVID and being able to keep businesses open. So I think an employee headcount tax, by its very nature, it punishes businesses for hiring more Californians who in turn contribute to rising sales and property tax revenues, and revenues that most cities rely on to function. So I'm concerned that AB 398 will actually depress business growth and employee wages in California, and amplify this historic crisis that we're, you know, trying to work through right now, and keep businesses alive. So based on what I'm hearing, and you know, your you know, explanation of the bill, I would be not. I don't support taking any action on AB 398 today. So that's my 2 cents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember O'Neill, you had another comment?
Yes, I just was going to say about about schools. So we have to remember that this whole thing about the property taxes, that we have a small number of school districts, and Santa Clara Unified is one of them, that are pretty much local property tax based. But for many of the school districts in Clara County and around the state, the vast majority of them, they're getting their funding from the state, and the state is, you know, some of that is property tax, but the state is having to, you know, pay up to their revenue limit. And, you know, that's what kind of, when they talk about the ERAF and going back and taking more money from schools, you know, it's, you know, we're all, when these things happen, and I remember when I was on the school board and we had a couple of recessions, it was, you know, kind of like, okay, they were taking money from the counties or the cities to give them to the schools, and now they're taking money from the schools. But just for us to remember that most school districts, including Cupertino Union, are not local property tax based. And so they will probably take more of a hit than, the reassessment of property tax, if this goes on, will lag a couple years. But just keep that in mind about the other communities in the county and across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Was there another question? Oh, Mr. Elliott, please answer. You had yes, please go ahead. You had comments on some of those thoughts from council members?
Yeah, I think that all great comments. The only thing that I would note as it pertains to the funding split as well is just keeping in mind Proposition 98, so revenues that come to the state that fall under the general fund have a Prop 98 split. So I don't know that that's the exact basis for having 50% go to schools, but that is a consideration at the state level. The other item that I was going to note again, as it relates to the head taxes, is that while that's the mechanism, the amount I would definitely consider, since it hasn't gone through a committee, could definitely be up for discussion. But I think those were all valid points that were raised, and I don't think I have any other comments other than just that one clarification.
Thank you. I do have a question for council. We have 3 alternatives before us, and I'm not certain I'm real clear on the second one. One says to authorize a letter, one says do not authorize a letter, and the other one says take no action. I would ask council what would be the difference between a motion 2 to not authorize and number 3, where it says take no action.
The motion would really depend on the intent of the maker of the motion. So I think, to be clear, you should either take a motion to support, you could take a motion to oppose, we're not in favor of this, or just move on to the next item, don't do anything.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, appreciate that.
If I could just elaborate.
Yes, please, Deanna.
A support letter is establishing the City of Santa Clara support for the legislation. A no support is obviously doing the same, where you're not taking a position. And a no action is that the city is taking no position and that the legislation is just out there taking its own path.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I wanted that real clear before. I have Councilmember O'Neill. Your hand is raised.
So I will make a motion that we take no action. Perhaps we could put a watch on this bill and see if it has some changes that are made to it. But that's not, I would request, or I make a motion that the council take no action at this time on AB 398.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Davis. Is that right?
Yes, I totally agree with Councilmember O'Neill, because by us taking no action, we'll let it take its course, and maybe it can go back to Kansan-Chu for some revision, and maybe at a later date, we'll come back to council for a support. So I second the motion.
And she seconded that. And Councilmember Chahal, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to thank Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. Yeah, my perspective from the school point was how is our school district doing? So it will not be a level playing field for all the schools in the California getting 50%. So my question about it pertained to our school district, which is taking majority of the money from the property taxes. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Watanabe. You have your hand raised to speak to the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, if I could. It hasn't been specifically asked, but if we could just specifically say that we will continue to watch this bill and for future action. That was all.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott is listening to this, and he is our eyes and ears in Sacramento. Thank you so much. I don't have any other hands on this. I don't have any speakers. I will call for a vote on the motion to take no action on Councilmember, on Assemblymember Chu's AB 398.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That passes unanimously. And we will move on to item number 7. action on agreements to provide comprehensive banking services to the city. And this is through the Finance Department.
Yes, on this item, we're going to have our Director of Finance provide the presentation. And this is a very big accomplishment that we are bringing forward the many months of work to have the council make a decision on banking services. So Ken, hand it over to you.
Thank you, Deanna. Honorable Vice Mayor and City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. And as Deanna mentioned, this is a very important item and project for the Finance Department, and we believe will benefit the city as a whole with regards to banking services. So I have a short agenda before you with an overview, a discussion about the procurement process, a summary for the top vendors, JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo, with the item before you for the recommendation of the agreements. And so by way of overview, in the Finance Department under my purview, we oversee the treasury responsibilities of the city, and these includes our banking relationships and supervising our relationship with our bank, receipt and custody of all cash and checks received from any source, and so any money coming into the city, receipt of credit and debit card transactions, and that includes purchase card transactions as well, payment of debts of the city, so this is money going out of the city, so that includes our accounts payable and payroll, maintenance of our petty cash, purchasing card programs, and then custody of the city's investments and cash securities. Summing up all those bullets, this statement where our department makes extensive use of banking services to manage the city's treasury operations. While our current bank is sufficient, the city had not initiated a competitive procurement for over 25 years. And when you look at some of the written documentations we can find, we believe that might be 40 or 50 years since the city has looked at our banking services. So with that, technology has changed substantially in the last 2 decades. And when you're looking at the fees, we did want to take a look at what was out on the market. We believe that by bundling some of the services that I'll talk about, there are some efficiencies with regards to fees. So this is a huge project. We think one that since it's been so long since we looked at it, will benefit the city greatly. In May of 2019, the Finance Department did hire a consultant, PFM, to review and document our current banking process, merchant cards or credit cards, our accounts payable, and our custody services and processes. They did provide feedback on potential service level improvements. They analyzed the fees against the market and then our use of technology and security with regards to banking practices. As part of the procurement process, the consultant helped prepare and distribute an RFP around 4 specific services, the first being our general banking services, merchant card or credit card services, accounts payable and P cards, and then custody services for our investments in cash. The objective of our procurement is to procure an appropriate, enhanced, and cost-effective banking services while safely managing public funds, reducing risk, and improving productivity and the customer experience. The RFP for banking service was issued late last year in October, and proposals were due back in December of last year. We had planned to bring this before the council earlier this year, but with the COVID-19 pandemic, we did delay that a little bit, and we feel this time is appropriate to bring that forward. As far as responses, we did get a handful of responses, 7 responses across the 4 different areas of the RFP. So we did get a good exposure, a good response, as you can see here, from a wide variety of banks. The Finance Department held interviews with the top scoring banks in each of the category as follows. Around the area of general banking, merchant card services, integrated payables, and P-card services, The city interviewed Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo. And then around custody services for our cash and investments, the city interviewed Bank of America and Wells Fargo, who has recently transitioned to Principal Financial Group. The scoring criteria across the interviews was as displayed here around operational requirements, the ability to meet the needs of the city, the firm's experience, their financial strength and security, their transition plan, and fees. So I did want to summarize the recommendation here to enter into an agreement with JP Morgan Chase in the areas of banking, merchant cards, AP and P card services, and highlight some of the areas that will benefit the city greatly. And this first bullet is around automation and new technologies. They did show us superior online and technological capabilities, robust banking reconciliation and reporting platform. We do believe we'll be able to streamline some manual processes with some of the information provided. JP Morgan did demonstrate a strong investment in technology in the last year, and so that really showed a commitment to making sure from a security standpoint and technology that they were committed. With regards to P cards, they demonstrated a strong level of functionality and details provided around our P cards, and then a strong disaster recovery program. In the area of customer service and relationship management, JP Morgan has a dedicated team of professionals that would be directly assigned to the city's account. They've committed to providing a direct line of contact rather than going through a call center. And I have an experience with staff very recently with our current bank where we were routed through a call center and talked to several people before being able to address an issue we had. And then post transition, JP Morgan is committed to meeting with city staff on a quarterly basis to review our services to make sure that from a best practice standpoint, the city is receiving the best and most secure possible products that are available. With regards to merchant services, the city has an opportunity here to consolidate our credit card relationships. We currently have several relationships with different vendors across different city departments, and over time, the ability to centralize that will generate some efficiencies that would help to reduce account maintenance and ensure PCI compliance and training. With regards to custody services, summary of Wells Fargo or Principal Financial. Currently, Wells Fargo is our custody services provider. They have been with the city since 2005. They have a very experienced team that they're committed to maintain through their transition to Principal Financial. And then from a fee perspective, we'll continue to receive low fees with regards to custody services. So comparing our current costs by going with JP Morgan here, the first column shows the annual estimated fees, approximately $74,000 in annual savings, about $400,000 or so over a 5-year period. So a significant savings to the city in addition to the enhanced technology and services that would be provided. JP Morgan has also committed $100,000 in credits to offset the transition that would go towards new machines or card stock and some of the fees around the transition. When you look at custody services, very close to our current fees, Wells Fargo is within $2,000 annually of our current fees, and so we would continue to experience their services at a low rate. So staff's recommendation is approval and authority to the city manager to continue negotiating the terms and conditions of the agreements and execute a final agreement with JP Morgan Chase Bank for general banking, merchant card processing, and commercial card services for an initial 5-year term starting on or about August 1st, 2020 and ending on or about July 31st, 2025, subject to the appropriation of funds. approval and authorization for the city manager to negotiate the terms with Wells Fargo for custody services for a 5-year period, and then an option beyond the 5 years subject to appropriation of funds for both JP Morgan Chase and Wells Fargo Bank. And with that, that concludes my presentation. City staff as well as representatives from PFM and JP Morgan are on the phone and available for any questions you may have.
Excellent report. Thank you so much. Councilmember Watanabe, I have a hand raised. I'm not certain if that's from the past item or for this one.
No, it's for this one.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Ken, thank you very much. As always, you are just on top of everything, looking out for the best interests in the finances of the city. And I know we had a sit-down meeting where we had a more extensive presentation of what the differences between the banks and the RFP that was done to just find the best financial group to look out for the city's finances. And I know from the past when I worked for the law firm in Palo Alto, JP Morgan Chase was our go-to bank, and they did they were very thorough. They treated you like family, and so but more importantly, you know, where we are right now in terms of just wanting to bring the city, you know, into the 21st century by consolidating banking and saving money on behalf of the city, and is really important as we move forward. And I thank you for you know, going out and to procure, you know, a good financial institution that's going to look for the best, look out for the best interests of the city. So I am happy to make a motion to move staff recommendations. I don't know if I have to say all 3 items that you identified, but if I do, I will. But otherwise, I move to approve all 3 recommendations, all 3 staff recommendations.
I'll get, council was going to weigh in on whether you needed to spell those out. Please, council.
Since the Director of Finance just read them, I don't think it's necessary that everyone understands what the motion is.
Thank you. It sounds like the motion can stand. And I have a second from, was that Councilmember Davis?
Davis, yes.
Yes, please. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, your hand is raised.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Ken. Thank you for the report. And I was a bit surprised that we did not review our banking relationship in last 25 or even more than that, more than 25 years. That's something very surprising. And I'm glad we did that. And there were some other aspects of banking which has been taken care of, like bank reconciliation, online security. So I'm glad that we did a deep dive into all these banking relationships, and we picked up the 2 banks for our needs. And I'll be more than happy to support the motion. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I don't see any other hands. We have a motion on the floor to approve the staff recommendation for JP Morgan Chase and then for Wells Fargo, and to authorize the city for a 5-year option to extend the term. We'll take a roll call.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We handled item number 8 earlier on in the meeting, so we're up to reports of members and any special committees. Do I see any hands on those? We have been limited to our special committees, so I'm not surprised. I will just say for BPAC, we we put out a report to our members so they would know where things were at and what action items were being worked on by staff. I don't see any. Oh, Councilmember O'Neill, please.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that on the electric power side, we, for NCPA, and with our, fellow member cities, such as, I think everybody knows Palo Alto, Roseville, Alameda, et al. We have been having like 2 or 3 meetings a week via Zoom with congressional staff, senatorial, the state, regulatory. So we instead of making a number of trips to Sacramento or to Washington D.C., we have been very active in talking to some of the the influence, like I said, the members of our delegation, talking about new technologies. We have some, like I said, I alluded to earlier, we have some really fascinating things that we may be like the first in the nation to try to do. And we're finding that there's interest, particularly, from the legislators. Like tomorrow, we're having a meeting with the gentleman who's the head, because earlier we had an item about the Western, the Power Authority and all this. So we're going to be meeting with Mark Gabriel, who's the head of that, and talking about some of our issues, hearing what he has to say, because we do get power through the hydro sources. So just to let everybody know that we are continuing to move forward and trying to get clean up and green up our electric power even more than it already is. So that'll be great for our climate action plan. So thank you.
Oops. Thank you so much, Councilmember O'Neill. Then I will go on to City Manager Executive Director report. Deanna, do you have anything for us?
I just want to announce that there was a new state order today that we're still trying to go through and sort through all of the different impacts, but it looks like the county of Santa Clara, is impacted, and it is related to places of worship, shopping malls, gyms, salons, and barbershops. Tomorrow, as I report out on the COVID update, I'll have more instruction, and by that time we will be able to get clarity in terms of what the impacts mean for our county. So just wanted to announce that the state did put an order in place that impacts some of our recent efforts to reopen. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. I appreciate that, and that is definitely a moving target, and we appreciate you keeping us apprised of our realities. That moves us to adjournment. We will have another meeting tomorrow, so I do not have any listings for anyone we would adjourn in their name. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
That is from Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember O'Neill. All in favor? Roll call.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, and good night.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.